My name is Michelle Moroz, and I'm a global speaker, podcaster, TV host, multi-time best-selling author. I've got a couple of sci-fi movies out there, and I like to break out into song when I'm bored. So just FYI, you never know what's going to come out of me. Yeah, Heather's laughing at me. Now, I want to introduce the man of the hour, the one who thought of this unconditional event, and we'll have more people streaming in throughout the day. The curator of this event. He's an award-winning national public speaker, holistic life coach, event director, kitchen designer, published author, entrepreneur, licensed foster parent, trauma specialist, behavioral skills trainer, sales manager, and previous recovery house manager. Sounds like an entrepreneur to me, doesn't it? His aim is to help others identify their childhood trauma, empower them to move past it, to be successful as ministers and entrepreneurs. Please welcome our friend and yours, my friend and yours, Rabbi Michael Schoening with Unconditional.
Thank you.
You're hugging me, man.
All right, I think my microphone's on, right?
No, he's going to turn me off.
Thank you guys for being here. We have a lot to cover today, and the first thing I want to share is, and of course we have more people pour in. We're going to be really inviting with whoever can come and go. We have a lot of people with different schedules. But first off, I want to thank everybody for taking the time to be here because this is a big deal. This event isn't like a conference you've been to before. This event is a launch to a lot of different things that we're about to do in this community. We believe that Colorado Springs is about to become the entrepreneurial hub of America. And we believe more gatherings and more events like this are going to do it. And it takes a lot of collaboration, and it takes a tribe. Tribe it comes from the ancient Roman word tribus, and it's a group of people. It actually means a family of families that come together that make something happen. So we believe that's exactly what we're doing. The unconditional idea came to me after a very important question was asked. And that question was, what would I do if I had no obstacles, even my own mental limitations? Has anybody ever thought of that? What would you do? I mean, when we were kids, right, it was easy. When we were kids, it was super easy. What would we do? You know, if you could become anything, what would it be? You remember that question? What was it? Astronaut, president, what was it? I told my teacher, velociraptor. They said, you can't be a dinosaur. I said, my grandpa's a dinosaur, I eventually will become a dinosaur. But after that question, I realized and I thought about things. So I love TED Talks. I love, the Tony Robbins, the motivational speeches. I love conferences, business networking. Anyone else? And I wanted all of this in one thing. And I wanted to bring in business coaching with it, effective business coaching, stuff that was life-changing, but also with practical application that I could use that day. And I looked and I looked. I saw month-long programs, 3-year programs, a weekend program. I said, I'm selfish. I want to do it in one day. I just want to knock it out. And I don't want a lot of fluff and filler. I just want to go straight to the point of every single session. I want to fill my notebook with ideas that I can implement immediately. Because I couldn't find anything like it, I said, I will create something like it. Is that fair? Yeah. So we're going to be doing this every year. Unconditional means a few different things. The first thing it represents is, so in the social work fields, we no longer say childhood trauma. We do, but it's now called early conditioning, okay? Oh, that makes sense, okay. So early conditioning are the things that happen to us in life as children that form our habits that we have as adults. So a lot of people believe, well, I'm just the way I am because I was born and the celestials were in this form the day I was born, so I'm a jerk. No, that's not it. So the majority of, and I would say most of, the way that we react or respond to things that happen in our life are direct results of how we were trained as children, and much of those have to do with trauma. Here's one example. Animals are a lot different than humans, right? A mama bear with her cubs. So picture this. You're in the forest, you're a mama bear. You ready? Is any mamas in here? Anybody had to be Mama Bear before? Papa Bear? Yeah, I had to do that recently, right? Now you're with your cubs, you're hanging out, you're playing in the forest, you're eating sticks and berries, looking for picnic baskets, whatever bears do. And all of a sudden, a mountain lion comes up over this rock. Now, what Mama Bear does is her pupils dilate. Her adrenals pump, her cortisol goes up, she starts salivating at the mouth, her heart rate goes up, and she's ready to bite and claw and tear at whatever's in between her and her cubs, right? Now, a smart cougar will come up and go, oh, these are your cubs. I'm a vegetarian cougar. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm going to be over. I'm just going to leave. So what happens in the animal mind is once that threat is out of the picture, it no longer exists. It's not there anymore. The mama bear just calms down. Her body regulates. The digestive system, reproductive system go back to balance, and so does the cortisol levels. And she can have a little, play around, and all of a sudden there's a little bit of dopamine in her bloodstream. Everything's fine. The cubs are okay. The cougar doesn't exist. But humans are different. We have the unique ability to be stressed out over something that is no longer in existence. That's why movies and video games are so addictive. We think we're in the experience. Has anybody ever watched a movie where they're out there in the cold and they're shivering and all of a sudden you want a blanket? Anybody remember Jaws? I remember I didn't go into a pool for like a year after that. And I worked at the YMCA. It was not good. I'll tell you that when they're underwater and they're trying to catch a breath and you're holding your breath, your brain thinks that you're there. In a situation where somebody was in war and maybe a car backfires and they jump behind a couch, they scream, incoming! Are they being under attack? No. But we have the unique ability to perceive space and time. So we can look forward and look behind, and we can actually relive these experiences, like the cougar is still here trying to get the cubs. So when we are stressed out and have anxiety as entrepreneurs, as ministers, and as leaders in our home and our community, and when these things from the past creep up and we remember them and they stress us out, even though they're not in front of our face, it is a stress response after a traumatic experience. Some would call it post-traumatic, finish it, stress disorder. Anybody live in the last 2.5 years in this world? Did you go through some stuff in the last 2.5 years? Was it traumatic? As leaders, we recognize we are now crisis leaders. We are leading people through trauma. Now, on all the paperwork stuff, when I do the bio, they typically say I've got 5 state certifications on working with people in trauma. To be honest, it's over 50. But if I say that, people don't believe me, so I say 5. Same with my wife right here. We're 50 certifications of working with people going through trauma. What does that have to do with being an entrepreneur? I will tell you that if you don't allow that to surface and deal with these childhood traumatic experiences, this early conditioning, and allow yourself to be reconditioned, you will never be an unconditional entrepreneur. Does that make sense now? So we didn't just pick the word because it was available on Google. I actually bought the word from the state of Colorado, which is kind of fun. The second thing about being unconditional as an entrepreneur is standing the test of time and trial of the different things that we go through. The word entrepreneur is a French word, and it means one who's willing to carry the weight. Write that down. Entrepreneur, one who's willing to carry the weight. Now, the weight of running a business in the last couple of years, I would guess, was heavier for you than it had been in a long time. You know, a lot of people say, well, I'm the lone wolf. It's just the way I do things. Did you know the lone wolf was the one kicked out of the pack, was most likely to be eaten by a different pack? Don't be the lone wolf. That makes no sense. Whenever somebody says, if I don't do it myself, it won't be done correctly. Anybody ever heard that from a boss? Or said it yourself, if I don't do it myself, it won't be done right. What you're really saying is, I have a lack of understanding of the benefit of delegation. and I'm unwilling to delegate and trust those around me because I really don't trust myself. But we're not going to say that. We're going to say it in a different way. We're going to react differently than the response, than the trauma that actually caused that behavior. But the deal with being an entrepreneur and lifting the weight is you can do it by yourself. But I'm going to tell you that humans were not designed to live life in solitude, in solitary. Let me tell you about grasshoppers and crickets. Anybody ever eaten a grasshopper or a cricket? A locust, maybe? Chocolate covered, right? Now, what's a grasshopper? A grasshopper is this little guy that could bounce around the grass. Can you catch a grasshopper? Is that pretty easy? Yeah. But what about a locust? These locusts, I mean, they'll get a few inches long. They will eat entire fields like this. Locusts can swarm if they're together, so impactful that they can change the direction of the wind. Did you know that every locust was once a grasshopper? When a grasshopper is in solitary state, it has low levels of a hormone called serotonin. Now, when it gets around other grasshoppers, we get serotonin when we eat meat, we hang out with people. When you have lunch with people, you get more serotonin. Kind of funny, right? But the grasshopper is the same way. When it eats and it hangs out with people, its serotonin levels go up. Now, all the introverts in the room are like, no, I'm going to stay grasshopper the rest of my life, right? But what happens is it enters a stage called the gregarious stage. And what happens is it will eventually molt and become, and its children become, locusts. And it will be locusts for several generations. Now, a locust, they're bigger, they mate more, they eat more, they're more productive in every way, they're more destructive in every way, and like I said, they can change the course of the wind because they all fly together. Now, a grasshopper always had wings, but it didn't know how to use it until it ate food and hung out with people. Humans are the same way. When we engage in fellowship and community and enter into a tribe, we can become a swarm of locusts that change the course of the wind. As entrepreneurs, we can gather and do the exact same thing. And that's what Unconditional is doing. Today, we are forming a tribe of entrepreneurs to change the course of history in this country. Thank you. I see that hand, right? I don't care if you like the current president or not. The economy sucked. It's about to be worse. But anyone who blames the economy on their lack of success won't succeed in any economy. So being unconditional is also about being a tribe. And there's a third part about unconditional I'd like to share with you. I was working for one of the largest, it's over $7 billion global conglomerate, one of the largest companies in the world. I was there for 5 years, 3 states. I was a trainer. I was training people in different states and basically on kitchen design. I've been a kitchen designer for about 10 years now. And after 5 years, after being trained and being trained in training for another management position, I was told that I couldn't have a religious holiday off. And this religious holiday was Passover. And to me, that was kind of a big deal. And I thought about it, and I said, I have a religious right to take this holiday off. I've been here 5 years. What's the deal? And I won't even tell you what I was told by a representative of this massive, one of the largest in the world corporations, that I had no right to have a religious holiday, and therefore I had no right to be who I was, an individual, a person working for a corporation. I needed to be, well, a few decades ago we would say brick in the wall, right? Being unconditional as an entrepreneur is, the third element is bringing the humanity back into being a business owner. I know people talk about going and 10xing their work, and you're not a business owner really. If you work 8 days a week and you don't sleep more than 2 hours a night, and if you're not always jacked up on coffee, by the way, we have free coffee in the back, it's almost brewed. But if you're addicted to what's called methylxanthine, a central nervous system psychoactive stimulant, caffeine, why do we brag about that? Not before I had my coffee. It's not like you say, not before I had my cocaine, but for some reason the other one's okay. But let me tell you, there's a humanity portion to it. Yes, maybe you're wildly successful. So was Robin Williams. You felt that, didn't you? When success comes at the cost of your spouse, of your children, it's not success. Being an unconditional entrepreneur is having conditions of a human. I have a friend, a good friend, David Prosper, and he said, there's no such thing as work-life balance. I didn't think about that when I was with this big corporation, which I will not name for legal reasons. They always preached work-life balance, but when it came down to it, they didn't really care about what they preached. Because there's no such thing as work-life balance, especially when a corporation is telling you about it. It's work-life boundaries. And don't ever allow a company to set the boundaries for you. You set the boundaries for your life. If Wednesday nights is date night between me and my wife, guess what I'm not doing? See, people think I'm crazy because I have 2 phones. It's because the world doesn't respect my family, my faith, and my well-being. The world doesn't respect that. So I give the world 1 phone number. And that stays at home on date night. When I go to synagogue, it stays at home. When I hang out with my kids and go on a trip, it stays at home. The world stays locked up in my top drawer. Because that is the boundary that I create. And if people don't want to do business with me, I don't know, I can't tell you how much money I've lost by having these conditions, and I don't care. What does money do? It buys me stuff and experiences. Cool. Stuff fades, experiences last forever. Something we've been doing a lot lately, actually. So my goal is that by the end of this conference, beyond the amazing education, inspiration, and challenges that you guys will receive, more than anything else, everybody in this room receives one thing. And everybody watching online receives one thing. And that is a refreshed identity of what it means to be unconditional. We're going to talk a lot about the things that happened when you were a kid. I know we don't want to talk about it. You can always use this. I have a friend, and this happened to him. What would you say to him? Everybody has a friend, right? Calling in to the doctor, you got a friend. Yeah, well, at least you're recognizing you're your own friend. I think that's wonderful. More people should be friends with themselves. More often than not, we have these conversations with ourselves. Everybody says we're our own harshest critic, right? Imagine if we were our own best cheerleader. Man, we'd be unstoppable. We'd be unconditional. I want that identity to seep into who we are. As an unconditional person, when I grew up in Oregon, we couldn't afford a lot of food. We couldn't afford heat. The black mold going up the walls. I remember my dad had a massive heart attack. We couldn't afford the bills. I remember losing the house, and I remember moving with my things in a wheelbarrow as we went down the street. Last minute, we got into a rental home. It was falling apart, but it was ours. I remember standing in line at food banks, seeing my friends from school, but we were too embarrassed to talk to each other. I remember going to school and putting apples and different things from lunch in my backpack so I had something to eat that night. Then I remember being homeless, eating out of the dumpster. I remember being a drug addict. I remember abusing alcohol. I remember abusing my relationships. And I remember thinking, there's got to be something more. There's got to be a way. There's got to be something different. There was something different. But I was chasing purpose. The biggest mistake I've ever made in my life is chasing purpose. Purpose-driven at whatever. It's not my thing. Purpose is a beautiful, natural byproduct of proper identity. If you don't know who you are in this plane of existence, what you do, it's not in fulfillment. And then we chase things that don't fulfill. But unconditional is my identity. And I want to share that with you guys today. We have an amazing lineup of some of my favorite people in this town. Raise your hand if you're some of my favorite people in this town. That's all right, thank you. Jim, you didn't raise your hand. Thank you. We're going to talk about some stuff today. You can hear from some amazing people on how they became successful in the face of the trials they've been through, in the face of incorrect identities that were placed on them, by people in their lives, how they overcame it, how they became successful. You're going to take a lot of notes today. You're going to take them with you, and you're going to reread them. We're filming this entire event. You're going to have 12 months to rewatch this event over and over and over. Is that cool? We have an amazing after lunch breakthrough session we're going to talk about more. It's a small group breakout. You guys are really, really going to enjoy that. And I hope you guys do. Thank you. Michelle is insanely helpful. So everybody has one word that they've chosen. I've chosen unconditional because it was available. But everybody chose, all the speakers chose one word. It's a word that expresses who they are and their identity and what they bring to this world and the community. But it's also an ingredient of being unconditional. So when somebody comes up, first write their name, and then their session topic. And then you're going to see these session topics, how they mold together to make what it means to be an unconditional leader. Pay attention to that. Thank you.
I had to keep them straight. It's like we all have one word. What's the one word for? Thank you, Michael, for putting this together. And thank you for the Pikes Peak Library for having us here. Woo-woo! And then I want you to realize that we have vendors in the back of the room. Go check them out on our breaks. So we have Adam Oliver. Where's Adam? There you are, Adam. He's over in that first table as a videographer. He's amazing. He's the one who did all of our videos that you saw online and things like that. Check him out. And then we have 1 Million Cubs. Woo-woo! They're the movers and shakers of Colorado Springs. Most of you know them, and they meet on Wednesday mornings, and they're a lot of fun to hang out with. Then we have Ask Craig, and I ask Craig T. Where is he? Where are you? There he is. He's one of our speakers. Go back there and check him out. And then we have Perfect Publishing straight there. There they are. And you'll see that man, Robert is his name. He's running around with a camera all day. He's taking keep smiling pictures. I mean, he wants you to hold a card and smile. And if you're a queen, I want your picture. So if you're a woman, I want your picture holding that for sure. But the men are also welcome because that's another book. And then we also have my table, which I will never be at today. Yay! Kimber is watching it for me, and that's with all my books and Hold My Crown. She's one of my authors. And thank you, Kimber, for coming in to help me. And then we have UCCS Business School. Woo-woo! They've got a lot of goodies back there. And then, of course, we have Premium Coffee, who are going to keep us hopping all day time. Yes. Thank you so much for being out here. Our next speaker, dun, dun, dun. Our next speaker is an author. Here's a secret note. We're all going to say we're speakers. We're all authors. We're all speakers, pretty much. Emotional intelligence expert. He's been training professionals to keep their cool in intense situations for over 25 years. This is one cool dude. He is a national presenter for the Love and Logic Institute and has trained educators and staff for 46 states and 7 countries in skills to avoid power struggles, resolve conflicts, and prevent escalation. Please welcome Jed Hafer with Peace. Everyone's got to watch out for my mic. You got to hug to the right.
Thank you. Please continue to clap and applaud for Michelle and Michael. Excited to be here today. I have a question for you. I'm curious. How important is peace? I want you to really ask yourself this question. This is not a rhetorical question, because who needs rhetorical questions? What good are they? Thank you for both of you who got that. It'll catch us up to some of you later on today. No, the real question, how important is peace? Let's suppose you're a wildly successful entrepreneur. After today, we won't have to suppose, by the way. It's not a matter of if, it's when. You're wildly successful, but there's no peace in your personal life. How much are you going to enjoy the fruits of your labor? There's no peace in your family. The world is at war. How much are you going to enjoy the fruits of your labor? So I'm biased, but I think peace is pretty important. I'm biased because I'm a little brother. I was the youngest of 4 boys, and we fought. Anybody else have siblings that you fought with? Anybody else the youngest, and you were kind of the instigator of a lot of those fights? Yes. My brothers were always beating each other up. They were always beating me up. I was often breaking up fights. There was a lot of fighting going on, and I won one title. Even though I was the littlest, I won one title one year. I was the most requested opponent for the family fights. Very proud of that. Played sports on the basketball court. I was often breaking up fights. On the football field, I was breaking up fights. When my parents would argue, I would try to push them together and get them to make up. I might have been born to be a peacemaker, and it's pretty cool that it's now a part of my job. But when I talk about the importance of peace, what I really think about and when it comes to entrepreneurs is the difference between disagreement and conflict. The difference between competition and conflict. Is competition healthy? You bet it is. I'll never forget one year we went to Honduras on this wonderful trip. We were going to help feed and take care of people in great need, some of the most intense poverty I've ever seen. And the church who put this activity together, we were assembling hygiene kits. And they decided to have a contest. So we split into 2 teams, and we assembled these, because there were so many to put together. Thought this is going to take years. We'll never get this done. Put us into 2 teams. Said go, race, assembly line. Did we get more to get accomplished working together than we would have individually if they would have just said, hey, everybody, assemble as many of these as you can? Not only did we work together, but there was competition. And at the end, the other team just barely edged my team out. I was probably the dead weight that drug us down. But what happened at that point? We all cheered, we all hugged each other because the task was done. We didn't say, forget you, you're a cheater. I'm going to report you to the Assembly Commission of Hygiene Kits. Right? The competition was healthy because we were working towards something good. What about disagreement? Anybody been on social media recently? Can disagreement be healthy? Well, maybe we should ask the Wright brothers. Orville and Wilbur, 2 guys with names that they should have been angry just to start with, being named Orville and Wilbur. If anybody's named that. Said the guy named Jed. I know, I got a country name. Their writings, if you read the writings of Orville and Wilbur Wright, they fought, they argued, they woke up every day with a different idea of how to get this thing off the ground. But eventually, their disagreements turned into something that worked, and we flew. Disagreement plus negative emotion. If you were writing stuff down, this is one I would write down. Conflict, the bad kind of conflict that we want to avoid, is really just disagreement plus negative emotion. And here's the good news. While we can't control whether or not we disagree, and we shouldn't even try to avoid disagreement. Disagreement is healthy. It sharpens us. We absolutely have control of our negative emotions if we've had enough coffee. Or in Michael's case, cocaine, I guess. That was a joke. A lot of these are going to be jokes. We can control our negative emotions. I go into schools all across the country, and that's one of the things that we teach kids. You know what we tell them? Self-control is a superpower. Self-control is a superpower. The ability to say, you know what? This is making me feel some negative emotion, but I don't have to act on that. I don't have to punch somebody in the face. I don't have to let this negative emotion turn me dumber. Michael talked a little bit about brain science, and this is an absolute scientific fact. The angrier we get, the dumber we get. Neurochemical switches will throw our brain into the less rational, less thinking part of the brain. And literally, as our negative emotion goes up, our cognition goes down. This is known as the Jerry Springer Show effect. Some of you didn't get that. I'm proud of you for never watching stuff like that. The Real Housewives of Wherever effect. The in-law effect in some families. No, it's true. As emotion goes up, as our fear, as our defensiveness, as our anger, as these things go up, we literally get dumber. That means by being a person who's good at staying calm and helping others be calm, you're actually raising the IQ of the people around you. How many would like to be able to have that power, to make the people around you smarter? If someone near you is raising their hand, that's not personal. They're not talking about you. So, we can disagree, healthy. We can have competition, healthy. Where things get really, really bad is when the negative emotion comes in. And here's the thing I'm going to try to convince you of. Not that peace is important and it's necessary, but that most fighting is based on one lie. Most of the bad type of conflict, most of the really destructive conflict in this world, I believe, comes from one lie. And that is what I'm going to call the lie of scarcity. Let's imagine that we are two rats in a cage fighting over the last morsel of food. Does it make a lot of sense that we're going to fight? Again, I didn't know Michael was going to talk about the animal kingdom, but yes, this happens in the animal kingdom. Animals that normally get along fine, when there's no food, especially if they're together in a place where it's scarce, they will start to fight, kill each other, even eat each other. That can sound like the world of business a little bit sometimes. But based on what? Based on, if I don't get this, I'm going to die because it's scarce. The lie of scarcity creates an awful lot of conflict. But I said it's a lie. I guess we should decide, is it really a lie? Are we rats in a cage? Well, for the last 2 years, I've kind of felt like I was in a cage. I don't know if anybody else was. Are we confined, and are the resources available to us scarce? Or is there a possibility that maybe a loving creator put us in an almost limitless universe with almost limitless human potential and almost limitless resources if we know where to look? I remember being a kid and they said, we're going to run out of oil and gas. We're going to run out of fossil fuel by the year 1990. I'm a little older than some of you. I remember hearing that, and I remember worrying about it. I saw a report just recently that said, actually, in terms of percentage, we've used about 3% of the available fossil fuels on the planet Earth, about 3%. And they're becoming less and less necessary as we advance to even more advanced forms of fuels and energy. How about human potential? The 4-minute mile. There was a time when all the greatest minds in the world said the 4-minute mile was an unbreakable record. It would never be done. Then a guy did it. This little British guy. Run fast. Breaks a record, and within a couple years, hundreds of people did it. I looked at some stats in 2021, track and field, high school, almost 100 high school athletes broke the 4-minute mile in the U.S. alone. And we are by no means the fastest distance athletes in the world. Human potential, things we never thought possible, especially when, and Michael said it, when we work together. We can lift more. We can carry more weight. We can assemble more hygiene products. We can do amazing things like go to space, feed the hungry, bring Russell Wilson to the Denver Broncos. We can do amazing things. There should be more amens for that. I'm sorry if you're a Raiders fan. God doesn't love you. That's not a joke. If we work together, we can do amazing things. And everybody knows that. Inherently, we know that. But what happens when we start to believe that lie of scarcity? We turn on each other. Right? We start to fight. We start to get defensive. We start to protect our own little turf, our own little ego. We start to overreact to small wounds or things that shouldn't even be wounds. So I'll say it again. Self-control is a superpower, because in that moment where there's that person Who took some psychology? How many of you took some psychology? Who took just enough to kind of mess you up for life? Anybody? Just me? Okay. You might know this. If you're a parent, so I work with a lot of teachers and quite a few parents, and kids will sometimes act out and they will upset the adults. Believe it or not, kids' behavior will cause the adults to feel upset. And in that moment when the kid's behavior is upsetting that teacher or that parent or that authority figure, I get to work with police officers too. Someone's provoking this angry response in this authority figure. This little figure appears on the shoulder. He's got horns and a little red suit and a pitchfork, and he whispers bad stuff in the adult's ear, doesn't he? And the authority figure says, you got to do something about that. Do something right now. Even if it makes no sense, do it right now. That kid needs an immediate consequence. Do something about it right now. And who is this little red-clad figure? It's B.F. Skinner. Some of you did take psychology. He taught us a lie. He taught parents and teachers and adults who work with kids. He taught a lie that said you always have to provide a consequence immediately. Now let's match that up with what we just learned, that when we're at our angriest, we're at our dumbest. So the time as a parent to give your kid a consequence is in the moment when you're the most angry and your emotion is up and your cognition is down, and that's when you do things like ground a teenager for the rest of his life. It's the only time I'd be dumb enough to punish myself by making a teenager stay with me for the rest of my life. We think we have to respond right then in the moment when the wound is fresh, when emotion is up, defensiveness and all the negative emotions are up, and we're literally in the dumbest part of our brain. The part of our brain that's wonderful if we need to dive out of the way of a bus. The part of our brain that is absolutely essential and wonderful if we're getting chased by that bear or saber-toothed tiger. But the part of our brain that is terrible at reasoning and problem solving, that's the part that neurochemical switches are shutting down when we are responding to threat, when we're feeling angry. And I tell you, there's almost no bigger threat than feeling like, if I don't get this, I'm going to die. Right? The lie of scarcity causes me to feel constant threat. That means if you get it, I don't get it. And if I don't get it, it means I'm going to die. And it's a lie. How do we combat lies? We present the truth. What's the truth? You are loved. You are given a purpose. You are put in a place where there is abundance, and your life could be abundance. If it's not, it can be. It absolutely can be. And resources aren't scarce. The goodness of other human beings, that's not scarce. The potential inside you, the potential inside the human beings around you, that's not scarce. It's almost limitless. So the next time I find myself fighting with somebody, maybe I take a minute and I take a breath and I use my self-control superpower. And I ask, is this the truth or is this a lie? This thing that's causing me to want to fight, is it the truth? That we can actually help each other out. We can actually all win. We can accomplish a goal that's a really important goal. And even if it's competition, it doesn't mean that I lose or that something's going to be taken away from me that's going to harm me. It might make me better. Raise your hand if competition has ever made you better. Raise your hand if you ever got sad when you lost. There's a lot of Raiders fans right there, yeah. See, we bring it back to that. But if competition can make me better, I don't need to be so upset. I didn't win this time. I didn't accomplish this goal yet. The other person did better than me. You know what? Good for them. Stand up and applaud, because if we're doing this right, we're actually lifting the weight together and we're not against one another. That's not my enemy, because we're not fighting over a scarce resource, and I'm not going to die if they win. As a matter of fact, that's what Unconditional is about. It's about saying we can form a tribe in a positive way where we lift each other up and we actually cheer for each other. We give each other referrals. We say, you know, I don't do that, but I know a guy. Because he does 27 different things, often it will be Michael. I know a guy who actually would be great for that. I believe in win-win. My favorite is not just win-win, it's win-win-win. Right? You needed something. I don't have it, but I know who does. I know who can help you. I know who will do a great job with that. Here you go. I feel good about it. I made you feel good. This person I referred you to feels good. And we all remember it. And I'll tell you this. I learned this working in schools. We remember how people make us feel. Is that true or not true? We remember how things make us feel, and we remember how people make us feel. Ultimately, that relationship, I've seen, Michael talks about trauma. I've seen relationships heal trauma. I've seen relationships change an entire environment. That's one of the cool things I get to do is go into schools and help them become more peaceful places where more kids are smiling and more teachers are smiling and people are getting along and there's less fighting and referrals go down and all the bad incidents that they have to track go down. Then this is kind of my final thought on that. This is a true story. It happened in Florida. Many, many years ago, these kids decided, it was 3 ninth graders. They got together and they said, let's do a Columbine. We are just about an hour, I think, from Columbine High School as we sit here today. And as soon as you say that word, everybody knows what they're talking about. These kids made a hit list. They made a list of the teachers that they were going to take out, and they made a list of their fellow students that they were going to take out, and they were working on getting weapons, and they had a whole plan. Unbeknownst to these kids, one of the teachers in that school had gone to a training where they said, hey, instead of hiding in your room, stand out in the hallway and smile at kids and greet them as they're walking by or as they're coming into your classroom. Something that we teach educators to do because people remember how you make them feel. And you can make the weather, especially if it's authentic. You're authentically noticing and taking an interest and trying to have a positive impact on these people before they've even made it into your classroom. So this lady was diligently doing this. She was out in the hallway smiling at kids and noticing stuff about them. And she appeared on the list. And one of these 3 boys said, oh, you know what? He literally said, I can't kill that lady. She's nice to me. Oh, we can't have that lady. She's nice. So he backed out of the plot. And of course, he told somebody, and the plot was failed. And you never heard about a horrible Columbine incident in Florida however many years ago, because it never happened. It was all thwarted by this one person who was being intentional. This is one of my favorite phrases. Intentionality pulls us to greatness. She was being intentional about making the kids feel a certain way, making them feel loved, making them feel welcome, making them feel important and valued. And that relationship saved lives. That really has no relevance for you guys. I just wanted to tell the story. Can we be more peaceful with each other if we believe the truth? That there's more than plenty. There's abundance for everybody. We don't have to believe the lie of scarcity. And can we use our superpower to get in the smarter part of our brain and just treat each other with love? That's the challenge for you today. My name is Jed Hafer. God bless you guys. Have an awesome day today. And since we're giving away stuff, I'm adding to the stash. I'm adding this book. It's called The Pocket Grandpa. It's all wisdom about being a grandparent, and it's based on love and logic principles. And then this little book that I wrote that's called Solitude, Finding Peace. It basically tells you to get off of your device and go outside. So sorry. You don't have to read it now, though. So I'm adding those 2 things. Thank you.
I was thinking, get off your device? Is that another word for device? Our next speaker. I've lived in Colorado Springs for 15 years. I've known him for several years, and I swear I thought his name was literally James T. Kirk. I'm serious. I really did think his name was James T. Kirk. But anyways, I messed up your introduction. Gee, sorry. Our next speaker is the owner of Planet Duct in Colorado Springs. He is a former defense contractor and holds a bachelor's degree in project management. He is an entrepreneur, mentor, business coach, and speaker. See, I told you we're all going to say it. Who was named 2021 Small Business Person of the Year. So please welcome, in my mind, James T. Kirk, but Brandon James Kirk with Audacious.
Thank you. Okay, so.
See how I'm making everybody hug me? I'm such an attention whore. Okay, so.
All right, good. Can everybody hear me? I think this is on. All right, good. So, yeah, I'm Brandon James Kirk, and my word for unconditional is audacious. And audacious has a few definitions. I'll be going through those, and I am going to use my cards. Otherwise, we are going down a rabbit hole, and I'm taking you all with me. Okay? So audacious is showing a willingness to take surprisingly bold risks. That's what I do in my business. I'm sure that's what you do in your business. We all take risks. That's part of being an entrepreneur. It also has another definition, showing an impudent lack of respect. If you know Brandon James Kirk, that's kind of me. Some of you have stories, I know. But I want you to be bold and audacious in your business. I want you to be verbose in your business. I want you to fight the conditioning that you've had since you were that you got from being a kid, getting from your parents or from your religion or from your friends or from other people that you've listened to. They've conditioned you to think a certain way about business and about yourself. And they've told you things like, don't rock the boat. Keep your head down. Act professional. Well, if your head is down, you can't see where you're going. So we need to be bold enough to say, no, I'm going to reject that. I'm going to keep my head up. I'm watching where I'm going. I'm not going to keep my head down and be all timid and meek in my business. All right. I'm going to allow my personality to shine through in my business. I'm going to allow it to shine through in my marketing. I'm going to allow it to shine through in my interactions with my clients. I'm going to allow my personality to shine through when I'm going to a networking event. Trust me, if I can give away a $12 bottle of wine and get 30 seconds on the mic, I'm grabbing that mic. I'm going to be audacious, bold, and verbose. And I'll tell you what, when I leave that room, my goal is to make sure that everyone in there knows who I am. And if they don't, they want to. Okay? That is part of being bold and audacious in your business. Okay? So let your personality shine through. Make sure you grab the mic whenever you can. Okay? Don't be afraid to step out of your comfort zone and let people get to know who you really are. The other thing I'm going to talk about is fighting the conditioning that we've got, and we've heard this in the past. Nice guys finish what? Last. It's not true. Or nice business owners, they finish last because they're not willing to be as slimy as that guy over there. Okay, so I'm going to take us back to high school to demonstrate this. Do you all remember high school? It was great, wasn't it? No, it's horrible. Okay, but you remember they had this guy out there, Kyle, Todd, Chuck, whoever. This guy who would date all the girls, all the hot girls, and you're like, oh man, he's with this girl here, and literally he treats her like crap. He's like, oh, I don't want to go. She's like, hey, can we go to the mall? He's like, Becky, shut up. And like, oh my God, he's treating her like crap. Why does she put up with this? Why is she with this guy? I don't understand this at all. And I would never treat her like that. If she was my girlfriend, I would treat her like a princess, right? I would never do that. But yes, she's with this guy. And then you start getting to think, well, this guy's evil and I'm good. And he's mean and I'm nice. Well, nice guys finish last. That's why I don't get any play. Okay? And this guy, Chuck, Todd, Kyle, whoever he is, he's like the guy, the 4-year-old walking through Walmart, crushing all the bags of chips and leaving them on the shelf for everyone else. Okay? And he's a monster. All right? And the thing is, it's the reason you're not getting play and he's getting all the action, he's getting the hot girls and everything, is not because he's evil and you're good, or he's mean and you're nice. The real reason is because he's bold, verbose, and audacious, and you're passive. And it's passive people who finish last. It's passive business owners who finish last. So let's take it a step further. Let's turn a page. High school's over. You're all grown up now. And you're in business. You're like, I do business, right? You're all excited about being a business person. And you've got a competitor over here, and he's getting all these customers, and he's just killing it. You're looking at Facebook. He's got a new boat. He's on vacation. He's doing all this cool stuff. Oh, I just got a brand new Harley. And you're like, man, I'm fighting over these customers. Why is he getting them all? And his product's not as good as mine. His customer service is not as good as mine. If they were my customers, I would treat them like they're gold, right? Sound familiar? It's high school all over again, except now the stakes are bigger. So you're like, I don't understand it. He's evil. I'm good. He's mean. I'm nice. And that's why he's getting ahead and I'm not, and I'm struggling. Well, that's not it at all. The reason is because he's bold, verbose, and audacious, and you're passive as a business owner, and that's why he's winning, and you're not. Does that make sense? Yes. Okay. And here's the thing. When he's taking these customers, and sometimes he's taking your customers, you know what he's doing? He's actually selling to the exact same customers you're selling to, but he's getting bigger tickets. His average ticket is higher than yours. And like, I don't get that. And why is it that his tickets are higher? Because he bothered to ask the question, ma'am, would you like fries with that? And she's like, yeah, I want fries. And then he's like, hey, for 40 more cents, I can supersize it. And she's like, yes, I want that. And you're over here going, but wait a minute, my stuff's so like totally certified organic, non-GMO, blah, blah, blah. And the customer's like, shut up, these are great. And now you're in the friend zone and you're not getting the business. Make sense? Okay. Now here's my question. Are you really upset that he doesn't have as good a product as you, or that he doesn't have as good a customer service as you do, or he doesn't have the same unique selling proposition, which is me? Is that your unique selling proposition? Me? All right. Are you really mad about all that stuff, or are you just mad about the fact that he's a better salesman than you are? Ooh, amen or oh me? Ooh, okay. All right. I also want you to be audacious when you show up to a networking event or any other type of business meeting, or you're meeting with different groups, because I do groups all over the city, right? But when I show up as my authentic self. I'm bold enough and audacious enough to show up as me. The same Brandon you met over in this group is the same Brandon you meet over here. You're not getting a different Brandon based on who I'm in front of. Be authentic enough to show up as your original self, as your authentic self, and be real with people. I go to networking events, I'm like, hey, how's things going? And the guy's like, oh, dude, we're killing it. We're having a great year. Oh, everything's up. He's lying. He just took out a HELOC loan on his house to make his payroll. But he's trying to make you say, oh, everything's great. There's no problems. And I'm like, no, be real with people. When you meet with me, I tell everyone the good and the bad. I'm probably one of the most transparent people you're ever going to meet. And I'll tell you what's good and what's bad and what challenges and struggles I'm having in my business, because I realize that the person I'm talking to may have the solution to my next breakthrough. But you don't get that if you're fake. And I'm going to tell you, you're not fooling anyone. They can see right through you. They know you're full of shit. Right? Okay. I want you to be audacious with your time. Put boundaries around your time, like Michael was talking about. Your time is precious. Your time is rare. It is irreplaceable. It is the one thing you're not going to get more of. And you cannot spend more money to get more time. That is simply not going to happen. So you need to say no to distractions and yes to opportunities. But as John Maxwell would say, or he has said, we need to beware of distractions that masquerade as opportunities. You say, ooh, we can expand our business in this direction over here, but it really doesn't fit our core competencies. But yeah, we could try to grab some more market share over here, even though we're really not good at that. And then I'm spending time and resources and putting stuff over there that's really not effective. So I need to be careful with my time and where I'm putting that time. All right. Now I will say yes to opportunities that will help me expand my market and my influence. I had somebody recently go, hey, Brandon, I see you do a lot of sponsorships all over the city, for this group or this charity over here. And we love doing sponsorships. He goes, have you ever thought about doing a sponsorship for a rodeo? I was like, well, no, that's really not my scene. I don't wear a cowboy hat. I don't wear cowboy boots, throw on a vest, go to a rodeo and pretend I'm a cowboy. I watch Yellowstone. Love me some Yellowstone, okay? But I'm like, yeah, I'm actually open to that because it can help me reach a demographic that I currently don't have any influence in. So I say yes to that. Now, the other thing we have to watch out for is getting ourselves caught in the trap of the comfortable mundane. We do the mundane tasks in our business, and we get because they're comfortable. Oh, I can work on these payroll reports, and I can look on this stuff over here. This is easily stuff that you could be delegating off to somebody else, but you get wrapped up in it. And there could be several reasons why you're doing this. You get caught up in the comfortable and mundane, and you're staying busy. You ever hear that? How's it going? Oh, we're staying busy. Do you know that staying busy is a trauma response? You're staying busy so that you can avoid dealing with the things that you need to deal with in your life, whether it's your emotions, whether it's your family, okay? The other thing is controlling everything. You want to control everything, and you won't delegate stuff to other people. You don't trust them to do it right, but really, Controlling everything is a trauma response. What you need to do is take the time to deal with the trauma in your life, and you will either use your time effectively and you will deal with the trauma in your life on your own terms, or you're going to do it on somebody else's terms like a divorce attorney. Amen or oh me? Okay. So deal with that. And you also know when to stop grinding. You got to know when to stop grinding. We hear this in the business. Oh, I'm hustling and grinding. Rise and grind. Grind everywhere. If you do not know when to stop grinding, okay, life is going to pass you by. You'll go on a Disney cruise and not even know how to relax. Hear that? Okay. You've got to know when to stop grinding and understand there is a time to grind. And that is when you are in the startup of your business or when you're scaling or you're going vertical in your business. Yeah, there's a time to grind, but you have to learn when to turn this off. Okay? And if you don't, it is going to kill you. And it will destroy everything that you love. Everything that you say you're grinding for, you will lose. Are we on that? We good? Okay. So do not romanticize the grind. Okay. I also want you to be able to be audacious enough to break out of what is called humility, false humility conditioning. What is humility? Humility means that when I achieve something great, okay, I still remain teachable. I still recognize I've done some great things, but I've got more that I can learn, and I'm going to stay teachable. However, a lot of people like to use our humility against us, and they expect that you're going to act like you didn't, they expect you to act like you didn't earn it or you didn't deserve it. Or for you to act like it was no big deal. It was a huge deal. All the sacrifice that you put in. So don't act like you didn't deserve it when you worked really hard, okay? Here is an example. My daughter, brilliant, okay? She is, okay? Now, in school, she's got Asperger's, very high functioning, but there was an area she struggled in, and that was spelling. And she would stay up all night, way past her bedtime, literally working through all of her spelling list and literally crying over it. And then she goes to school the next day, and she gets an A on that spelling test, and she's like, yay, I got an A. And the teacher goes, don't gloat. Pulls her aside afterward and says, you can be happy about your grade, but you need to be happy quietly. Oh, hell no. And that's basically her response. Oh, hell no. Okay, she had worked hard for that. And in this age we've got, oh, you've got to be quiet because you're going to make other people who didn't try as hard as you, didn't stay up all night crying and studying and everything else, you're going to make them feel bad. Well, maybe they should have stayed up. Maybe they should have studied harder. Okay, but that's what is happening a lot in our education system and in our society. Don't pat yourself on the back. Don't gloat. Don't bring any attention to yourself. Well, if you've achieved something and it goes unrecognized, you've lost your morale and your motivation to continue. Okay, so do not let people do that to you. Be bold enough to say, no, I'm not letting that happen. Okay, and you guys need to take your victory lap, whatever that means to you. Don't let other people steal your victory lap from you. Buy that watch, get that Porsche, drive the hell out of it, have fun. Okay, I do. All right. But also, once you've done all that, get back to work. Make sense? Okay. You're also going to find that the same people that tell you to be quiet happily, in their own lives, they've got excuses for everything why they can't achieve. Okay, that's why I don't listen to them. Okay? We don't listen to broke people. They're broke for a reason. Maybe they should be listening to us. Just saying. Okay? And they'll tell you all kinds of stuff like money can't buy happiness. Okay? They'll tell you stuff like play it safe. Well, if you want to play it safe, go get a job. There's plenty of them out there. Okay? They'll tell you don't put all your eggs in one basket. I'm sorry, sir, but if it's my eggs and it's my basket and I'm carrying it and you're not, I'll put whatever the hell I want in my basket. Okay? They'll tell you things are impossible, or I wouldn't do that if I were you. Well, you're not me, thank God. There's only one me. World can only handle one. Ooh, here's one. Nobody's going to buy your stuff. Or why would anyone want to listen to you? I heard that once. And then I went out and taught 25,000 students, and they all listened to me. Why can't you be like everyone else? Because I'm me. And I'm bold, I'm verbose, and I'm audacious. Last thing is, I want you to be audacious in your business, not passive. I want you to be authentic, not fake. Grind when you have to, but know when to stop. Rock the boat when it's necessary. Stay teachable while you take your victory lap, and be unconditional.
Hi, Audacious. Hi, Audacious. I'm unapologetic. He pretty much just did my talk, so after lunch, no, never mind. I would like to introduce all of our lovely vendors who are back here, because you need to know who they are. They supported this very first event. They are believers in the dream. So please, all of you vendors, come on up. I need you to line up over here. Chat, 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 chat. I'm going to call up Adam, because he's got long legs. I think he's going to make it here first. Come on, Adam. Woo! Thank you, vendors, for supporting all of us. Now, Adam Oliver, I told you earlier, he's the one who did the videos for all of our unconditional pre-pump up, blah, blah, blah. You'll explain that, right? Please welcome Adam Oliver. Yeah, you do. Mike.
We need a mic?
You need a mic.
I can speak up.
Nope.
We're
for the
recording.
streamer.
Oh, yeah. I know about that. I know about recording.
It's
Are
on.
we picking up? Okay,
Yeah.
great.
You
I'm
can't hear
Adam
anything
Oliver
up
with
there.
All Media Productions.
You
I
can't
create
hear
marketing
anything.
videos for
won't be
websites,
able to
social
hear
media.
yourself, just-
I created the videos you might have seen for Unconditional, featuring all the speakers today. And I've been doing it for about 8-9 years now, since I was like 2. So I started actually when I was 13. Tell a little bit about my background. When I was 13, I started a YouTube channel, and I was able to build that YouTube channel in a crazy way. And I think currently, I'm not creating on it anymore, but we've got 650,000 subscribers and well over 200 million views on our content. So we learned a lot about. Thank you. We learned a lot about viewer retention and investing in your audience, investing in your viewers. And that's what I like to do. And I think that a lot of people don't realize that they don't see investments the way they should when it comes to marketing. So we're all here today because we're investing time to be here. The speakers are all here investing time. That's like, okay. But when you click on a video, a lot of people don't realize the viewer of a video is really investing time. And if you're not appreciating that time, then you're losing that client. So that's kind of the angle I like to take. I appreciate being here. I'd love to meet you guys and learn how I could help you with video services. Thanks.
Thank you so much. On the block is my girlfriend, Queen. Kimber, come and talk about what we're doing.
Absolutely.
Kimber?
Hey, guys.
Wait, I've got to say something.
Okay.
Do you like Kimber Colada? Okay, go on.
Or getting lost in the rain. You guys, thank you so much for being here and for supporting all of the vendors. Is anybody else just have a notebook so far that is full of nuggets and takeaways? Right? I'm blown away. I can't wait to see what's to come. Anyway, my name is Kimber Colada, and I'm one of the authors in the Hold My Crown book. We're at the back of the room here with the red tablecloth, the only red tablecloth. True Michelle style right there. Bold and bright and colorful. Anyway, you guys come back and check out the books. There are 20 women in this book. Each woman has a story that is pretty amazing. The book is full of trials and triumphs and heartaches and overcoming and resilience. And it's just a great book. Please come back, check out the book, buy a book. Also, really cool thing. So you see the picture back there of the lioness with the crown on? That was done by a local author here in Colorado Springs who read the book and was so inspired that she created this piece of art. Yeah, hold it up there. Yeah, there we go.
I'm afraid
We
to touch
have 2 of these, only 2, for sale. And so this is a great way to support a local artist as well. Yeah, that's about all I've got for you guys. But come back, check us out. And of course, be prepared to be blown away. When Michelle comes up to speak, you will be filling your notebook even more. All right. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, lady. And next is 1 Million Cups. Come on up and introduce yourself and tell us what 1 Million Cups is all about. Thank you.
Good morning. My name's Jane Perry. I'm a member and organizer with 1 Million Cup. How many Million Cup folks out there? So more than talking to me, I would encourage you to talk to one of those folks. But let me tell you very quickly what our group is. Million Cup is a nationwide group. It meets at 9 o'clock every Wednesday morning in cities all over America, including Colorado Springs. And we are an entrepreneurial support group. Not really a networking group, although networking is going to happen, right? If we bring a lot of like-minded people together and we're looking to help one another, we are certainly going to network. But that's not what we're really there to do. We're really there to support each other and the community. At almost every meeting, a new business, somebody in their first 4 or 5 year owner, is going to come up and tell us their life story and how they got in the business they're in. You all have a story, don't you? We all got here a different way. Okay. In my particular case, my father was a magician, and so I decided that that's what I needed to do with my life. Boy, there've been days when I didn't think I could do it anymore. I just texted my spouse and said, you know what? If I'm not a magician, what am I? That's what we are as entrepreneurs. And that's why it would be great for you to come join us. Here's the great part. It costs nothing. You know what? The coffee costs nothing. It costs your time. And you come down, we're at Next Us now on 525 North Cascade. Okay, lots of free parking, lots of great entrepreneurs, lots of great stories. We'd like to hear your story, and we'd like to see what we can do to help. Oh, there's one other element of every single meeting, and that's community announcements. Because that's what we're here as entrepreneurs. Sure, we're in business and we're looking to make money, but we're also here to grow a community. So I'd invite you to come on down. If you'd like to talk some more, come on back and stop by the table. Thank you.
Thank you. You need to come speak at Unconditional next year. Nice speaking voice. Next on the block is our friends from UCCS Business School. Come on up and introduce yourself. Yep, it's on. It doesn't sound on, but it's on.
Hey everyone, my name is Rosie Riddle-Smith, and
my name is Emily Drapeau.
And we're here from the College of Business at UCCS. We just like to let you know that we have educational programs that can help elevate you in your career. So if you're looking at going back to either completing your undergraduate degree or elevating to your master's degree, we've got programs that will help you get to that next level that you're looking for with your career path. So we host webinars every other week. So if you wanted to log in, just kind of hear what we have and what we have to offer. And then if you have any questions, please let us know. We've got a lot of different types of academic programs, not just in the College of Business, but also in communications and public affairs that could also be very attractive to you. So feel free to come meet us back at our table and learn more about what we have to offer. I should say for working professionals, a lot of our grad classes are done virtually or in the evening to help accommodate your work schedule. So coming back to school is not it's something that you can put into your schedule to help you achieve those goals that you're looking for. And that's kind of it. So thanks for listening, and we hope to talk with you back there. Thanks.
I know. That's what I was worried of. Like, can you see the clock? Because I couldn't see the clock. Premium Coffee, our friends of friends that are keeping you awake today. Woo woo! Coffee for our coffee?
How's everybody doing this morning? Is everybody enjoying the free coffee? Is everybody fully caffeinated? If not, we still have plenty more back there, so please drink your fill. What I want to talk to you today is about Guatemalan Gold coffee. So I had some prepared remarks that my wife wrote that were very nice, but honey, I'm sorry I'm going off script, and I know she looks nervous. That's the one back there. Guatemalan Gold, we are a small family-owned Colorado-based coffee company that was conceived in all places in the mountains of Afghanistan. In 2019, 2020, when I was deployed out to Kabul, I was telling my wife about our very intense schedule, 12 to 16-hour days, 7 days a week, no breaks, to when she said, you must drink a lot of coffee to stay awake. And I only kind of half-kiddingly said, Actually, I'd rather drink hydraulic fluid because the coffee we have here is that bad. Mercifully, she sent us a case of coffee the following week with about 6 pounds of medium and dark roast with a note that said, enjoy the coffee and feel free to share it with your friends. It lasted less than a week. And I asked her what type of coffee it was, and she said, well, that's my family's coffee from Guatemala. Her family's coffee. Apparently her father is a little bit of a coffee magnate, and so that's when I began seriously considering marrying this woman back here. Free coffee for life. I mean, you can't beat that. Seriously, when I came back from Afghanistan, family, friends, coworkers, they were asking me where they could get their hands on this coffee. And initially, we were doing very small orders, right? But we realized 2 things very quickly as orders began to grow. One, it wasn't profitable to give away that much free coffee. And number 2, that people were tired of the same old low-grade, over-roasted coffee that you get from the major corporations. I won't name any today for legal reasons. So Guatemalan Gold was born, and our vision is to give premium coffee at an affordable price to everyone who wants it. And our philosophy is a little bit different because our philosophy in the company is built on relationships and it's built on trust. We're not a big corporation. And so when a business buys from us, you don't get a toll-free number that's 24 hours because we don't work 24 hours. You don't get an organizational email that goes who knows where. You get our personal cell phone number and you get our personal email. And we believe in that kind of quality because in business, relationships matter, ethics matters, and corporate responsibility matters, which is why we don't purchase our beans from large conglomerates. We go through small family-owned businesses throughout 10 regions in Guatemala because we want to make the most difference to those small businesses and those families who need it most. On top of that, businesses who purchase from Guatemalan Gold, also a portion of every sale goes to a nonprofit that they designate, or they can choose from one of the many that we have. In this way, we believe that we can make a positive difference in others' lives, a difference that we can make together, because it's not just about profit, it's not just about coffee. Thank you, and now that's all I have.
Thank you. That was awesome. Don't forget coffee. And of course, we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the Pikes Peak Library District. Come on over, Sandy.
Yeah, thank you all for being here today. I'm Sandy Hancock. I'm the business librarian for PPLD. Do y'all have library cards? Yes. Have to ask. Yay. So how many of you know that we have databases that you can access for free? Quite a few of you. Great. So for those of you who don't know, we do have some databases that, like I said, you can access for free. They can help you develop marketing plans, marketing lists. Also have a database that will help you build a business plan if you would like to do that. Ebooks, e-magazines. We have a whole slew of electronic magazines that you can access. Maker spaces. Who knows about our maker spaces? Yeah, pretty cool, right? So we do have a variety of different equipment. We have a studio over there with experts in there who can also help you create a commercial. What else? Still photography, podcasts. So there's just a variety of different resources that we have here for you to support you in your entrepreneurial journey. I am over there in the corner, so if you have any questions, please feel free to stop by and we can talk more about how PPLD can support you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Sandy. The library has a plethora of services that a lot of us don't use and should. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. And now, our next vendor, I only knew her as Heather. And I ran her, I'm like, how do I just say Heather's here? So Heather is with Precision Services. You'll understand, I have a brain injury. There's something about me. But please welcome Precision Services And Heather, thank you for being patient.
Aw, thank you, everybody. I don't have a table here, but I am a sponsor, and that's because I believe in the vision. I believe in all of you. The incredible community that we have in Colorado Springs has helped build my business. It has helped me help many other business owners help their business. And that is definitely the core of my value, is to build a community of entrepreneurial strength. So I am Heather McBroom. I'm the owner of Precision Services. I do a lot of things, but most people know me as a commercial insurance agent. I've done that for about 25 years here in the community, but that wasn't enough. I had clients who needed more, and I had more to offer. So we started by opening up other companies, a bookkeeping company, a legal company, a virtual office assistance company, anything that we could do to help our entrepreneurs be more successful. In addition to that, we get out in the community and we do everything that we can to teach entrepreneurship. So I'm on the board of an organization called the Thrive Networks. We teach entrepreneurship to Southeast Colorado Springs at no cost to them. We are a nonprofit, so that is all funded by the grant money that we get. That is a very exciting thing to be involved with. I'm also an SBDC consultant, so people who have questions about insurance or insurance policy or anything in general, you can contact the SBDC and get on my schedule. I'm there 2 days a month and love to talk to you. No cost to do that, so I highly encourage everybody, if you have not been down to the SBDC, get in, give them a call, get in their system. There are so many resources that they offer to the entrepreneurs in our community. And then we do just pretty much a whole bunch of other stuff. So always here as a resource for anybody, always happy to connect you with people, to share any knowledge I have. I take advantage of all of these resources. I just completed the mini MBA course at UCCS, and that was game changer for me to grow my business. So there is a lot of stuff in this community, which is one of the reasons why I asked them to be here. I don't feel like enough people know about that program, but if there's anything at all that you want to talk about or you want connections to, hit me up on Facebook, give me a call at my office. We'll do lunch, because that's my new thing, is doing lunch. So get on my schedule. I'd love to meet you. And thank you so much, Michael, for your vision, for your hard work at putting this together. And I just love seeing all of you here.
Thank you, Heather. We can turn this mic off for a little bit. Yep. Now, our next vendor also happens to be a speaker, so I'm kind of wrapping it up a little bit, and I'm putting him 1, 2, and 1. He'll be the speaker, but then he's going to talk about what he's actually doing in the back of the room and with the pictures for Keep Smiling. Are you ready for this? An entrepreneur, podcaster, author, husband, grandfather, and coach who lives to add value to others. He helps entrepreneurs shift their mindset to reach their dreams. He guides them to see what is written on the instructions outside the box that they're sitting in. Please welcome Robert Peterson with Value. And my new friend.
What Michelle didn't mention is I'm the first person to ever ask her to sign an ebook.
I was going to do that later.
Oh.
But seriously, he came to my book launch for Hold My Crown, and he came up with his phone. I said, "Did you buy a book?" He said, "Oh, no."
I did. I bought it on Kindle.
Uh-huh.
That's a book.
And he gave me his phone, and he gave me his little pen thing, and he said, "Can you sign my book?" I'm like, "Oh, someone's got to take a picture." First ebook ever signed. It can be done. You take a picture, and yeah, it's pretty awesome. But buy the book first.
Yes.
She says I didn't buy a book, but I actually did buy the Kindle version, and I have like 3 hard copies now because all 11 queens signed the first ones, and I got to get the 20 queen copies now. So thank you, Michelle. August 9th, 2021, my wife had a medical emergency. She was sitting at her desk and experienced pain in her neck, and she screamed out, "Ow." The pain radiated into her back, and then her feet started to go numb. And right away, I was like, all right, something's wrong. I tried to help her to the car, and I wasn't able to carry her to the car, so we called the ambulance. When the ambulance and fire department arrived, they do what they typically do. They over-evaluate her, they diagnose, They walked her out to the ambulance because by that point her legs had kind of worked. In the ambulance, they do an EKG, they check her heart, they check her brain, they say, well, she hasn't had a stroke, she hasn't had a heart attack, her blood pressure's a little low, but she seems to be okay. You could take her to the hospital in your car. And I said, no, you've already got her, let's go. In the emergency room, they do a chest x-ray. They give her a GI medication. They check her heart. The nurse is befuddled. The doctors are confused. Her legs are causing her to sit and shift her weight back and forth because she's so uncomfortable. But they don't know what's wrong. They give her Dilaudid to calm her legs down so they can do a CT scan. And after the CT scan, everything changed. The emergency room doctor, who had been in and out a few times and was still confused, walked in and says, we know what's wrong. The vascular surgeon's on his way to talk to you. And off he went. Didn't answer any questions. The cardiovascular surgeon comes in and says, you have a swollen vessel. You need surgery. We're going right now. What does that mean? Well, it's open heart surgery. It'll take us 5 to 6 hours, and you'll be in the hospital for 5 to 6 days. And off they went. I'd been taking notes, trying to figure out, all right, what's going on? How do I explain this to the kids? And of course, that's when I realized I haven't told the kids that we were at the hospital. And now I get to call them and tell them their mom's having open heart surgery to repair what they call an aortic dissection, which means the large vessel that leaves your heart, goes all the way around over to your back and all the way down to your kidneys, has basically split into 2 parts. And she needs emergency surgery to repair the front part, the very first part that leaves the heart. Because if that bursts, your chances of survival shrinks to almost nothing, even if you're sitting in the hospital. As they rolled my wife off to surgery, I had a realization. You know what conversation I didn't have with the doctor? I never asked him how much. I never asked him the price. You know, if I'd have thought about it, they'd already done an chest x-ray and they didn't find anything. So, hey doc, could we make the CT scan an upsell? You know, and it sounds like this surgery is a pretty big deal. Like, it's pretty rare and well, could you do it as a case study and maybe give it to me at half price? Not once. Not once did I think of the price. Because the value of my wife's life is far greater than any price. There was no consideration for price. There's only value. And the value of human life is so much greater than price. See, the cost of the surgery didn't depend on her race or her education, her background, her job. The cost of the surgery depended on the facility and the standards set across the nation for these types of surgeries. See, the challenge is when we're born into this country, we're stuck into this system that values you based on your achievements. We get this feeling that what we do and how we do it, where we're born, are all the ways that we get value. But I want to share with you my belief that no matter what you do in your life, you have the exact same unconditional value as every other human being. And I want to help you release those conditions that are holding you back from believing in the value that you bring. Because your value was given to you by your Creator. Your value was given to you in your original design. Every one of us on this planet, born as a human being, was given a value. The value of your life is not determined by your circumstances. I mean, if somebody asked you, what is your value? What would your answer be? Do you know the government has a value for you? Our legislators use a value for human life to determine the impact of legislation. $10 million. $10 million is the value of every human being in the United States, regardless of age, race, sex, how old they are, where they're born, where they're living. $10 million. That's used to calculate the impact of legislation for things like guardrails and seat belts vaccinations. But you know, there's a time in my life when I would have said, $10 million, that's impressive. That's a pretty good price tag. I'll take it. But you know, I realized a few years ago, $10 million doesn't even begin to scratch the surface of the impact that I can have in this world. I'm far more valuable. I'm of unconditional, unlimited value. But the truth is, for most of us, we feel that our value is based on our performance, based on the things going on in our life, right? We start to learn at an early age. We get graded, we get judged, we get evaluated. We walk into the lunchroom and all the cool kids are sitting at the cool table because they're wearing the cool shoes and the cool clothes, and we sit alone. It's hard to feel like we have the same value when a group of kids is sitting together on one side and you'll feel like you're sitting alone. It's hard to feel like we're equal. But the truth is, everyone has value, regardless of your past situation, your current situation. For most of us, we struggle to believe that about others. But really, we struggle to believe that about ourselves, about the value that we bring to the world. Because we've been categorized by our abilities so long and so often, graded and judged and evaluated over your athletic ability and how you dress and how you look, how you score on a test, a spelling bee. And yet, the truth is our value, every one of us is equal. Very few of us have ever been pulled aside and said, you have so much potential. Right? I was told that a bunch in school. You have so much potential, but nobody told me how to get it out. Right? There's this thing, potential inside of me, but I don't know what the heck to do with it. My teachers expected me to figure it out. My parents, who my teachers were talking to, expected me to figure out, how do I get this out? But our value doesn't come from that. Our value comes from our design, and every single one of us was designed with a unique purpose, a unique ability to impact the world in some great way. And Michael talked about purpose a little bit and digging into combining your purpose and your passion to be unconditional. Because we've been conditioned so long. See, this is where the culture's got it wrong. Right? Our culture is so focused on people's abilities and education levels and how they dress and how they look. But you were created with an incredible value, an incredible purpose. You were created to do something amazing. You've been designed to impact the world. You are not an accident. You're not here by random chance. The value of your life is not determined by your achievements. So how many of you have ever been told you're not good enough? How many of you ever felt like you didn't measure up? You had to prove yourself. See, all of us are in the same boat. We all feel like there's points in our life where we just don't measure up because we're so busy looking at the outside circumstances rather than looking at the inside design. The value for each one of us is inside. And each one of us has the same exact abilities to get that value out. You know, when I was a kid, I was the skinny, shy kid, was never quite good enough in school, was never quite good enough in athletics, was never quite good enough in just about anything to be labeled good at anything. I got through school, I did okay, but I never felt great. But there's greatness inside of me. And when I can tap into that greatness inside of me that I was created for, I can impact the world and I can change people's lives. But it starts with my self-belief. See, our value is not determined by our circumstances. And this one's going to get tough. This is going to get tough because our value is also not determined by our choices. Our consequences might be determined by our choices, but our value is not. And so, if somebody chooses to commit crimes or chooses to do things in their life that have negative consequences, that does not diminish their value. Because that idea is a hierarchical model of human value. And when we make the decision that one group of human beings is more valuable than another, that's where some of the most atrocious dark side of humanity comes from. Bigotry, racism, hate, war, all come from the idea that one group of human beings could be more valuable than others. But see, in our politics, that's the way we vote. I pay for the kids in my school district to go to schools in my district. I don't support the schools in other districts. We give awards to small businesses. We support them and help to raise up businesses. We don't support drug addicts or homeless people. We don't get concerned about the lifestyle conditions in a jail because we've decided that their lives are worth less than ours because of the choices that they've made. But the minute we make those choices, we bring about some of the worst things in humanity because our value is not based on our choices. Our value is unconditional. And it's challenging to think about that value. And I know we've been talking about your value and how we're going to pull it out. So I want to bring this back around for entrepreneurs. How can this serve you as an entrepreneur? I want you to think about the emergency room example. I want you to think about your business as an emergency room. What do you do in your business that people walk in the door and they say, tell me what's wrong and help me? They ask you for the diagnosis, right? That's the challenge for most entrepreneurs is when somebody walks in and talks about your business, you start talking about the features and all the things that you do and all the things that you're really good at. But all that person is thinking about is their pain and their problem. And you've got to take their pain and their problem and you've got to tell them how your solution connects to it. Take their pain and problem and say, look, I understand it. I get this. I can help you with that. I can serve you. Now, of course, that challenge is, right, how do I make myself the emergency room doctor of my business? So that I'm not going door to door, right? Emergency room doctors aren't walking door to door looking for patients. The patients come to them. So your business has to be known, has to have a reputation for the work that you do. You've got to know the problem that you solve in such a way that you communicate so well. So we get talked about lead magnets, right? Everybody, have to have a lead magnet. You have to have something out there that draws people back, right? Lets people know what you're doing. So I want you to think about a lead magnet that helps people diagnose their problem. Helps people diagnose the problem that you solve. Here's a great example, Discount Tire. Discount Tire offers 2 free services. They will check the air in all 4 of your tires anytime you need to get it done. You could drive by there every single day if you chose to. They will check the air in your tires. They will also repair any tire that's repairable. So Discount Tire is committed to doing that for free, providing that value for free because they specialize in tires. And they want to make sure that the 4 tires you have last as long as possible. They help you take better care of your tires. And guess what happens when you need a tire? They'll tell you, look, this tire's no longer any good. We can't fix it. But we can sell you one. Right? They're not baiting and switching. They're not doing free air checks and then selling you a carburetor. Just so you know, carburetors are long gone. We haven't used them in cars in a long, long time. Except for at the racetrack, they still use carburetors. But see, the truth is you've got to show your future clients the value that you bring. You've got to have a lead magnet that they say, oh, this helped me so much, right? You've added value. So many entrepreneurs are afraid to give away their value. They're afraid, I got to hold on to the value. I got to keep this for myself. Make sure I get paid for it. Give it away. Give it away. Give it away. Give it away. Trust me. Give it away. Give away your value. Show people that you know what you're doing, that you can solve their problem and that you can help them. And guess what? They're not going to do it themselves. They want help. How many of you in here want help? How many of you want help in your business? You want help. Everybody wants help. So if you show them that, hey, I can help you. I understand your problem. Look at this free magnet. It helped you. I solved your problem in a little bit. I've done these things for you. They're going to want to pay you because now they see it as an exchange of value. It's no longer about a price. It's no longer about money. It's about an exchange of value. I know that you can help me. I know that you can serve me. I love the value that you've shown me and given me because not only have you shown value for me, just like Discount Tire cares about my tires. They really do. And once they show that you care about the problem that you're solving, they're going to come to you and say, look, I love that you care about this problem so much. Here, take my credit card, please. Please, I need your help. It's no longer a sales conversation. It's a conversation about value. It's a conversation about helping each other. It's not about price. So let's talk about price. My wife spent 13 days in the hospital, most of them in the cardiac care unit. She had a second surgery 8 days after she arrived to fix the back part of her aorta. She has a 32 centimeter stent in her back the size of a garden hose. The hospital billed our insurance company $1 million. And even if I didn't have insurance, I figured out how to pay that $1 million because my wife is not worth any price. Your business needs to be not worth any price. You need to solve problems for people in a way that price is no longer to matter. Value. Focus on your value. Focus on the value that you bring. Michelle mentioned that we're sponsors, so I'm here with Perfect Publishing. We have two things. So one is our Keep Smiling book. We're making a Keep Smiling Unconditional book. So please make sure that I take your picture holding a Keep Smiling card at some point between now and the end of the day. And you'll get a free copy of the ebook, and everybody can share that Keep Smiling book with the world. It's a fun movement. This is my book, Entrepreneur Mindset Shift, and my wife's book is a Dream Life Planner. Her and I both launched these on May 1st, and we'll put those in the box to give away. And then I got one more giveaway, the digital version of Dose of Hope. Everyone in the room can have this one, so it's not a raffle or a drawing. You'll get the digital version. There's a QR code to scan and put in your email, and we will send you the e-copy of this. It's full of stories of hope. Dose of Hope, the idea is we're sharing stories of hope and love and success, basically a TEDx talk focused on giving the world hope. And the goal is to have 500 authors writing their stories, sharing their stories of hope, and it'll be shared with between 10 and 20 million people. And so we're excited about the opportunity to share those. If you'd love to read some of the stories, people in this room, or Michelle's story is in here, my story is in here, my wife's story is in here, Michael's story is in here. And so it's a great version for you guys to get and enjoy some of the stories of people here in the room. Go add value.
Thank you, Robert. Now, you're probably all hungry right now, aren't you? I'm kind of hungry. But before we go, I want to let you know that there are goodies. This box isn't here just for looks. This beautiful box isn't here for looks. It's got fun stuff in it. So all of the speakers have put things in. The coffee people put 2 bags of coffee up here. 2! Put that back in. Put it back in. I'm a mom. Trust me, I've got eyes on every side of my head. And then I'm putting in one of my books. I'm in a series called 13 Steps to Riches. Since you've seen me most of the morning already, I might as well put one book in. And then after lunch, I will put, when I speak, I'll put my other books in. Enticement, huh? Okay. No, make them all wait. Because I'm a mean mom. Lunch is going to be 1 hour and 15 minutes. 1 hour even. That way they'll give you 15 minutes to mingle to get back into your seats so we can start again. And then, but before we do that, when we come back from lunch, we will draw from that for everybody here that was here for this first half. And then at the end of the day, we'll pull again for everybody for the second half. Got it? So, what are you going to do? Come back in 1 hour. But before I let you go, I have to introduce two people that are going to do a breakthrough session, and you need to know what they're going to do because you need your notebooks and you need to think about it over lunch. Yes, you have homework over lunch. Peter Lynch and Michael Grabus, if you can come up and talk about the breakthrough and what they're expected to do for lunch. I'm sure it's arduous and it's like the square root of the differential of 3 plus the whatever. Where's Michael? Here you are. There you go. Tell us what's going to happen with this breakthrough thing.
Well, as a part of a breakthrough, what you're going to be doing is taking the biggest challenges you have in your life. I'm a national life, business, and relationship coach. So you're going to find out what the challenges are and anything that you were triggered with this morning going, wow, the value of who I am and what I do. I don't know my why, my value, and what are the challenges that are getting in the way. Write out your questions, and then we were going to do a laser focus, just right on topic for whatever your need is. So write out your questions, bring them to us. We're going to group them together, and then you're going to get answers today that you can apply right now to your life, your business, your relationship.
Absolutely. So that on lunch, the real job here is, of course, go eat some food, enjoy, but really ponder what's going on. As Michael just said, like, ask yourself the questions. First of all, it starts with, what are you trying to achieve? What is your purpose? What is your identity? Or what identity are you seeking to move towards? Really, why are you here? What brought you here today? Something called out within you to come here today, to sit here, to absorb this information. For what? Right? So start with the end in mind. What are you seeking to achieve? Maybe that's a business goal. Maybe it's an intangible. Maybe it's a relationship goal, right? But now the job is to look at, well, what's getting in your way? What are the obstacles? What are the limitations? What is the self-sabotage that you might be experiencing as you're moving forward or attempting to move forward? That is the lead that we're going to turn into gold, right? The alchemists were always trying to turn lead into gold, and it was kind of a hack joke. But the reality is, in our lives, we have this beautiful opportunity to turn the leaden experiences that we have into gold, because oftentimes what's happening is you're trying to bark at the wrong tree. You're trying to be something that you're not. And if you're trying to be something that you're not, you're robbing the world of the gift that is you. So bring those challenges back so that in our breakthrough session, we can help you turn your lead into gold and just come back into harmony with who you are. Resolve the conflict so that you can have peace and be audacious, right? Because that's what it means to be unconditional. So I'm excited. And
we'll see you after lunch.
Absolutely. So enjoy. We'll see you soon.
I'm taking hot mics. So in summary of this morning, we're all here to be unconditional. Find peace, be audacious, and value in ourselves. We'll see you in exactly 1 hour. And when we come back, the first 5 minutes, we will start pulling from that chest. So be here early. See you in an hour. Did you just put all the questions up there? And Mike put all the questions up there. What is exactly an hour? Because I don't have a watch. See you at 1:10. That'll get you. You have to understand, I'm a Filipino. So when I tell my family we're going to have dinner at 5, I really mean we're having dinner at 7. I tell them 5 so they'll get there by 7. Our speaker today believes that each of us has the power to change. He's an inspirational speaker. Told you we all say speaker. Author and business coach. As a speaker, he loves giving audience members education, inspiration, awareness, and the tools to help them grow their business into maximum potential. Giving them perspective to expand the scope of what's possible and empowering them to transform their mindset from their limited beliefs to believing in themselves and their purpose, and then taking action to achieve those goals. Craig's superpower is his focus on his clients to become the best versions of themselves in both their personal and business journey. That's why we get along so well. I'd like to say that a lot. Please welcome Craig Tomhanini. Just call him Tom T. Ask Craig T, and he's speaking on honesty. Give me a hug.
This is the best part of the day right here.
But you notice none of them have learned to not hug me on my mic side. So you have to hug me on this. There you go. See that?
I did that so I could have a second hug.
Oh, you're smart. Yay!
grab my clicker. So, my father was never part of my life. He chose to not be present in my life. And I know that that sounds sad. But I was raised by a single mother. And my mother worked really hard. If I think back, most of the time, my mother had at least 2 or 3 jobs at any given time while I was growing up. And that meant we didn't have a lot of time together. But when I was growing up, even though we didn't have a lot, we had enough. We had this one thing, though. It was called table talk. This is actually my kitchen table from when I was a kid. Found it in a scrapbook. And it would happen anytime that my mother and I would get the opportunity to sit down and eat a meal, or we would just sit there and talk. And sometimes we wouldn't say anything. But that time, although rare, didn't matter what we talked about because she was always there. She was present. And I learned a lot of my lessons and the greatest things of my life that have made me who I am today at that table. My mother lost her battle with cancer in 2014. And even though that time for me since then has been lonely, I carry her in my heart. You see, I am her legacy. During these times together at the table, I remembered these 3 things that she would always say. She said them over and over and over again, and they just stuck with me. She would say, Craig, don't let the circumstances of your life become an excuse for the way things will turn out. She would say, always be 100% present. And probably most importantly, to be honest. To always do the things you say you're going to do, because your word is your bond. She would go on to teach me the importance of these 3 things for the rest of my life. Now, if I'm honest, I've certainly not been present 100% of the time when it comes to my businesses. And I would imagine if we were all honest with ourselves, we could all probably say the same thing, right? The truth is, I have made my share of excuses when it comes to business and to my personal life. But I never remembered my mother saying anything about it being okay to make excuses. But if I'm honest, I could tell you that I remember, even though quietly in my head, I was blaming my father for the way things were turning out in my life. I would say it's not fair. It's not fair. But I would just push it down. And I've done that my whole life. And if I'm being transparent, honest, as a father now, I have even caught myself from time to time saying to my kids when things didn't go their way, life's not fair sometimes. When I was 13 years old, I went to my mother and I said, can I have $20? I want to go to a movie with my friends. And my mother just looked at me and said, Craig, you know that we don't have extra money for things like that. But she was really observant and quick to notice how upset I was, but also to say, there's never an excuse. There's always a way. There's never an excuse. There's always a way. She said, Craig, there's lots of ways you can go make $20. So I was pretty frustrated, and I ran back to my room, and I cracked open the piggy bank, and I dumped out all the money in the world I had. It was about $4. and I went to the store and I bought some white t-shirts, and I grabbed a bucket from the garage, and I ran down the street to what was at the time one of the first touchless car washes. You guys know, you go to the store now, they're everywhere, the gas station. And if you've ever been through one, you know that they still suck at blow drying your car completely dry. So I guess at 13, I saw this as an opportunity to be an entrepreneur. I said, what if a guy took some t-shirts and went and stood on the other side of that car wash and wiped the cars down for tips? So I ran down the hill. I went to the first car wash that was in my neighborhood. So this is like 1986. And I go to the owner of the place and I said, hey, do you mind if I stand outside the other side of your car wash and wipe cars down for tips? He just smiled at me. He said, sure, go ahead. So that's the car wash, the actual car wash. I went back in April of last year and took pictures. I was with my oldest daughter, and I wanted her to see where things kind of started from a business standpoint. And so we stopped in there and took a picture, and the owner is still there. So I made $80 that Saturday afternoon. $80 in 1986, wiping cars with t-shirts. I'm pretty sure it was at that moment I became an entrepreneur. I don't even remember having a name for my business, but it was successful. My first business was successful. Now, fast forward, I've of course started 14 other businesses in my lifetime since then. And I will tell you that they've not all been as easy as wiping a car, and they certainly haven't been as successful by whatever standards you would measure the success of a business. But I was bit. So I want to share with you in my remaining time some of the lessons my mother taught me around that kitchen table, because it plays a huge part in how I work with people as a business coach now. The first one, of course, don't make excuses. Don't make excuses. I know how easy it is to make excuses. We all do it. We all have them. And so I'm going to prove it to you. You all got a great notebook from Michael. I want you to get a blank page and something to write with real quick. We're going to take about 30 seconds. And I want you to write down your favorite excuse or excuses in your notebook. Go ahead, I'll wait. Everybody got one? So real quick, just yell them out. What's some of your excuses?
I don't have time.
You don't have time. Tired. You don't have money. Distracted. Those are all great excuses. What's the one thing that's a common denominator of all those excuses, do you think? That's right. You're the excuse. You're the common denominator. See, after having my mother having her 8 kids from my father, previous to having me, she raised those kids only to find out that she wanted to have one of her own. And after 2 miscarriages, a stillborn, and one that died about 6 days later, the doctors emphatically told her, no chance you're going to try to have another child. Don't do it. It could kill you. But you see, my mother made a choice to not make an excuse, to not use the experiences of her life, the circumstances, in regards to a decision for something that she desired so much. If she had made an excuse, I would not be here talking to you. I represent the person who taught that lesson and personified it every day. I recall a quote from a coach named Tammy Booten. She said, excuses are the stepping stones to failure. It's powerful. If you're honest with yourself, you'll ask, where are you making excuses in your business? Where are you making excuses in your personal life? How are those excuses preventing you from scaling your business or growing relationships to the level that you deserve, that you desire? And get rid of those. Point number 2, be 100% present in everything that you do. This is one of my favorite topics when I talk to people as a coach, because everybody, if you've noticed, seems to be focused on the next thing. It's always the next call, the next meeting, the next sale, the next milestone for your business. I remember this one time, I was sitting at that same table, and I said to my mother, I can't wait to grow up. I can't wait to grow up so I can do all of the things that you get to do. Right? I heard that chuckle. She was so quick. I said, slow down, mister. She said, don't be in such a hurry to grow up. Live in the moment. Take every day, day by day. Be present in what you're focused on right now. She said, they go by so fast. And even though I didn't believe her, she was right. When I think back to all those times at that table and we had those opportunities to sit, the one thing that stands out about my mother is that she was 100% present all the time. She didn't care what else was going on in the world. Michael talked about it in the beginning. Being unconditional means having those boundaries, having those things set so that you have those times. Guys, if my mother was still here, she could speak on that topic alone because she had those boundaries. She knew that when we were at that table, that was the most important thing. When you're 100% present about everything about you and what you're thinking and what you're feeling and what you're focused on should be what you're doing at that moment. Trust me, those that know me, I completely understand what it means to be not focused in the moment. I'm constantly in my business looking at the next thing. When we're not thinking about what happened before the meeting or what's going to happen after the meeting, this beautiful thing happens with you and your clients, your customers. You're completely connected in that moment, and they feel that. Several people have said that today. Maya Angelou, one of the most famous quotes I know of, I've learned that people will forget what you said, they will forget what you've done, but they will never forget how you made them feel. Everybody's walking around with that invisible sign that says, pay attention to me. I need your attention. If you want to succeed in your business, develop that skill. Be present in the moment. So a little tip for you guys, because I like to give stuff away and add value, right? Feel free to scan this QR code right now if you want. I find as a busy person, as an entrepreneur, that it's good to have a tool of some sort where you can help keep track of all the things you have going on. Now, we all have calendars and notebooks and things like that, but this tracker is my gift to you. It's something free. You can download it right now, and it will help you if you use it. It'll help you in your business to show up and to be more present. So where in your business are you not showing up? 100%. Think about those things. Look at your business, and where you're more present, what do you think that'll do to your sales activity? What do you think that'll do to your relationships? What do you think that will do for your employees, for retention, making the culture a place where people want to be? Final point. Oops. Do what you say you will do. I live by this, guys. Those of you that know me in the room, watching on the stream, if you've ever done anything with me, I will never tell you that I'll do something if I don't intend to do it 100%. It's just so important. My mother used to say, and I'm sure you've heard this, your word is your bond. When you speak, make sure people know that you mean business and that you will follow through. Part of my, and someone said this earlier, my selling proposition is that I'm always going to do what I say I'm going to do, and I'm going to do at least what I said. Most of the time, I'll do more. And here's the important part. I always do it in the time period that I said I would do it in, because that's critical. Following through is much harder than it might seem. And that's why people often fall short. Because people, let's just be honest, are lazy. It's easier to cancel a meeting, to not follow through on an appointment, or something that you said you would do with a business or for a business, that referral you promised to somebody, but you slipped your mind. Doing what you say you will do is how you will become known as an entrepreneur. And once you screw it up, you will never be able to undo this point. Your reputation is attached. So I have 5 simple tips. Really quickly, going to go through these that will help you follow through and do what you say you're going to do. Write these down or take a picture of the screen when they're all up. Because I think my time just dropped out, or did it just go to sleep? Okay. Number 1, saying yes is a contract. When you say yes to something, you're making a commitment, whether it's verbal or in writing. So saying yes is a contract in business. Saying no, equally as important. It means that you respect yourself and other people. So don't agree to do something if you really can't do it. Saying no, it's okay. Keep a schedule so you can forget about it until it's time to do it. That plays back to the second point of staying 100% present in the moment. And of course, being honest. All of these things are about being honest. And doesn't it just make things easier? I tell my kids all the time, if you just told the truth the first time, you wouldn't be in trouble right now. Just be honest. Then you don't have to remember the things you lied about. And guys, when you don't do something you say you're going to do, it's a lie. And it also makes you more productive. And finally, don't make excuses. I think everybody in this room knows in business, when things don't go right, you have an opportunity to do one of 2 things. You can either BS your way through it, which is lying, by the way, the opposite of being honest, or you can just offer to do something that's uncomfortable for most and just do what you need to do to make it right. Repair the damage that's there. So I'll close with a quick story. I have a client I've been working with for quite a while, and week after week we would meet, and she was doing the things that we'd had to do, and I would always end a session with homework or some kind of an assignment between our appointments. And I noticed at some point that she stopped doing the work. It just kind of started to taper off. And so it was starting to bug me. And so I just said, hey, I've noticed you haven't been doing the work. What's going on? Because I care. And she said, I've been getting ridiculed by my family. They think it's a waste of money. They think it's a waste of time that I have a coach and I'm paying somebody to help me with my business. It was a challenging moment as a coach. I said, what do I do here? What do I do? I gave her more homework. It's the teacher way, right? I said, here's what I want you to do for your homework. Tonight I want you to go home. I want you to schedule a meeting, a formal meeting with that family member. And I want you to address this concern. You need to meet it head on and ask them why they're saying the things that they're saying about your life. She came back the following week. I asked her how it went. She was excited. She said, I'm so glad I did that. I feel so much better. And I said, well, how did it go? And she said, they totally beat me up. And this totally pounded on me. And I said, well, how do you feel? And she said, I don't give a crap what they think about my life anymore. I don't care what anybody thinks about what I'm doing with my business. It's my business, and I'll decide where the value comes from and where the time comes from and where I waste my money, in your words. And I told her, I'm so proud of you. because you are now no longer letting someone else's opinions or perspectives define your potential for your life. You're now back in the driver's seat. So where are you letting other people control your life? Where are the perceptions driving you to make decisions that aren't really what you wanted to do? I remember when I was a sophomore in high school, so just a year after the car wash endeavor, I got pulled out of class. I got pulled out of class and my guidance counselor said to me, I'm surprised you're here. And I said, why is that? And she whipped out this obituary. And I looked at it and I kind of understood. And she said, is that your father? I said, yeah, it looks like him. See, she didn't understand why I had no reaction whatsoever. I guess I didn't know how I was supposed to feel in that moment. And it's like this. I've realized how I feel now today about that situation. My father has no control over my life. I wasn't going to let him dictate, or in my mother's words, use the circumstances of my life to make an excuse for how my life would turn out. I went back to class, and I realized all he did was give me a reason to be a better father than he was. So I am now the father of 5 children, 4 daughters, a son, a grandchild, and as of this talk, a potentially next grandchild coming. I chose to be 100% present. This is part of my family. I'm going to skip to where it really is important for me. I didn't have a reference point as a father because I didn't have a father. But what I want you to know is that I figured it out. You might be challenged with something in your business, and you can figure it out. You have the power inside you to change yourself. And I want you to know that it all starts with you being honest with yourself. Don't be anything but unconditional when it comes to your business. Thanks.
Thank you, Craig. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Sorry I went long.
Yeah, I thought it went to sleep too, but it stopped. I have 2 announcements. Number 1, Andrew is over there filming us live stream, so look active and happy every time you see him. Hi, Andrew. 2, someone lost some keys. They look like mailbox keys. I have them if you need them, if you want your mail. And now I'm stalling because our next speaker has to load up his stuff. Oh, he's done? Okay. He's prepared. Now, our next speaker is a financial coach and professional DJ. He resurrected a popular comic book store and bar, all the while being the master planner behind the successful pop culture convention, Galaxy Fest. Do you know what that is? Okay. He'll explain that, I hope. Attracting celebrities and thousands of fans from Canada to Europe, across America. Today, he shares his lessons and successes on the podcast where he's my co-host, Denim and Pearls. Please welcome Brian Swanson with Preparedness.
Yay!
You can hug me. Hug me right.
Heart to heart, right?
Heart to heart. No, heart to
Yes.
heart. Yeah, heart to heart's left, right?
Is this
Is
way?
this way?
Yeah.
Okay.
I
Yeah,
think it
heart
is.
to heart. Okay.
Okay, awesome. But oh. Okay. All right. How's everybody doing? Awesome, awesome, awesome. Anyhow, my topic today is preparedness. One of the things that I've learned today, this has been a great show, by the way. I want to thank everybody who's gone before me and everybody who's going to go after me. It has really been a great show. But you know what the biggest lesson that I got out of this was a dictionary lesson. Because what was that word you used, Brandon? Audacious. I'm like, bodacious? No. Audacious. Anyhow, my name is Brian, if you haven't met me before. And like Michelle said, I am a finance guy, so I'm going to go into a whole bunch of details and numbers and all those other kind of things for you. You guys ready for that? Yes. Yeah, no. I didn't think so. So anyhow, I am a finance guy. I am a DJ. I am a KJ. I've been that for about 32 years. I've had a lot of stage time when it comes to presenting different things, but it's usually music, okay? Now, today what I want to do is I was also the owner of Galaxy Fest. And Galaxy Fest, if you don't know, is a 3-day pop culture convention. 3 days, 24 hours around the clock. And if you're going to prepare an event, is that what you want to start with? Yeah, probably not, right? Because there's a whole lot of things that go into it. And when you go into prepping an event, you have to really be on top of things. You have to understand which way is going to go what. You have to think all the way around the box. So one of the things that I want to talk about is, what does it take for preparedness? Now, when we think of the word preparedness, what do we normally think of? We think tornadoes, fires like we just had last week. Are you ready to evacuate your house? Okay. Are you prepared? We always think about those. But what about those other things that we do? Preparing for the stage, preparing your car, preparing to go to the movies. Everything we do, we prepare for. But we always think about disaster. And a challenge to that is disasters. And a challenge to that is time. And a challenge, the other side of it is, I'm going to put an event together and it's going to be the best thing on the planet. And it's really easy. Michael, where'd he go? Apparently he ran away. He's not listening to this. Anyway, we always think it's going to be easy because we know what we want. We know what we want to put forward. And then it turns out we need time in order to prepare for those things, right? Okay. Also, procrastination. Who's a procrastinator? There's only like 3 of you in the room that's a procrastinator. I'm proud of the rest of you. You're waiting to put it up. Exactly. Procrastination is a big thing, and I'm guilty. I try to prepare, and I prepare mentally, but then it turns around that the presentation is the next day. Oops. You can't do that when you're trying to put on a 3-day event like I was trying to do, okay? Also, what kind of tools do we have? We have our knowledges. We have our knowledge. We know what we want to do. We know how to put it together. It is our topic. It is something about the fact that if I'm going to prepare for my life, I want to prepare for the worst thing that's coming. Or I want to prepare for that event because it's the greatest thing coming. But our knowledge is what puts it together. Okay? So also, the people, those are tools. Do you know that we do, when I had Galaxy Fest, 400 volunteers. You think I could have did that with my knowledge and my desire? No, the resources that we have that are available to us. So what I want to do is go over some techniques. We've got to allow time, which we just talked about. We also have to listen and learn because there's always somebody out there who's helping us who says, this is a better way of doing things. What happened with you today to Craig? He says, I'm going to use a handheld mic. I put a lapel on him because of his suit and different things like that. He listened to me, okay? I'm not asking for thank yous, but it was a difference. Somebody else told me to do something that I think you turned out a little bit better, okay? Be aggressive and negotiate. Those kind of go hand in hand because when you put together an event, you have to understand what it's going to cost you. Where can I save that money? Okay? You also have to be able to, and bold, to ask. Can I save a little bit of money renting this room? Well, maybe you can. Okay? We might have a military discount. Anybody in here military? What's that? Past military? Do you go every place and store you go to? Do you ask for a military discount? You know how many thousands of dollars I've probably saved just because I ask? Okay? Whether it's the car store or the car parts store or whatever, okay? You always got to negotiate your stuff for your events. Solutions, narrow your tasks down, okay? Everything looks, how's that old statement go? How do you eat an elephant? I know that's one of your favorite, right? How do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time, right? So it makes it a little bit easier. Record everything, and I'm going to show you some stuff here in just a second that I recorded, okay? Make sure things are written down, things are recorded, not only for future posterity, but also so that you can keep them organized in your head because our head doesn't keep track of everything. Learn, understand who you are. And this is a really important one. Who in here knows the system of DISC? Come on, hands up, okay? It's all about personalities, right? Some of us are very action-oriented. We have got to get things done. We've got to get them down now. Some of us are very technical. We want to know all the little bitty pieces. But you need to really know is yourself. Where are your strengths? Where are your weaknesses? And when it comes to teamwork and putting a team together in order to put an event together, know where your weaknesses are. Know who can take over that little detail of putting things down. Know who can put that budget together. All those things are important for a successful event. I don't care if it's as big as Galaxy Fest for 3 days. I don't care if it's a little bitty event like this. Okay? So, where do you fit? Since I'm a Galaxy Fest fan and I like comics, I thought this was appropriate. Are you inspiring? Are you dominant? Are you supportive? Okay? What is your personality trait? And we can spend the next 16 hours talking about this slide, can't we? Okay? Those of us who know DISC. Okay? But what's important from this slide right now is to know what's on it, who you are, where you belong. Okay? Myself, if I analyze myself, I fit right here. And for those of us that are like that, it's really easy to tap into the fact that I need to be organized. I need to be technical. I need to really put on my running shoes and move. I need to be really nice to that volunteer. Okay? I can do that. Some of us can't, so we have to work with teamwork and find out what we've got going on. I'm looking at the clock. Okay? Scheduling. Do you see this mess? Anybody know this? I got some cheers back there in the back. Okay? This is what I mean by writing things down. This is an actual, what do they call it? Sheet out of Excel that I put together. And it's only part of it, but each one of these columns is a room. We were at the Antlers Hotel doing Galaxy Fest, and each one of those columns represents a room. Now, it's all really pretty to put this all together and put, colors and do all that kind of stuff and mark them. But the question is, do they coordinate with each other? Which is where that planning an event comes in, okay? How do you get one person from here to here? What are my customers doing? My guests doing? These are all things we have to think about, okay? Now, we go into here, up here, keeping track of everything. If we look at this one, this is only part of the chart, but this is my celebrities. I had to know where they were at every minute, every hour. Where were they going? Because if they didn't coordinate with the other celebrities, train wreck, okay? Unless they were supposed to be together. But it could have been a train wreck because they weren't where they needed to be, okay? Look down at the bottom. If you look at that list, that's my list of what it cost me. I have on the rest of that sheet, I have their flights, I have their frequent flyer numbers. I know which city they're coming into, whether they're flying into Denver or whether they're flying into Colorado Springs. I know when they're leaving. I know how much it cost me. Do you think I could have tracked all this in my head? Impossible. Now, to finish this off, this portion of it, there are 14 sheets within my Excel spreadsheet that keeps track of all of this stuff. I need to know about hotel rooms. I need to know about this. I need to know about that. So if we look at this from a business standpoint of where we are now, and we're in a business environment here, okay? How does this look to your business? Do you have plans in your business? Do you have your, what do they call that thing? Business plan. Okay? Do you have your business plan together, which if you didn't know, and you don't have one, when you put it together, it's a living document. It's always changing. It can change from day to day. It can change with a phone call. It's great to have a plan to keep you on track and meet your goals and do all those other kind of things. That's preparedness. Being from a financial guy, I'm a personal financial guy, so I deal with finances. I deal with families' futures. Are they prepping for their kids' college? Are they saving for whatever motor home they might want? Are they going to have retirement? And when they get to retirement, they're actually going to have some money to live off of so they don't have to work at Walmart pushing carts? Okay, not that that's a bad thing because that's what my kid does. okay? But do you want to do that at 65 or 55 or when you retire? Maybe not, right? Okay, so I help people get prepared. There's always that other thing too. I talked about disaster, right? What happens when we lose the income maker of the family and you're not prepared? Okay, so when it comes to the financial business, I help families become prepared. Some of that includes life insurance, and I could go on for days about money. Okay, but that's where it really comes down to. Are you prepared, whether it's for an event, whether it's to go to the movies? Girls, do you prepare yourself to go out? Shoes, dress, hair. Guys, we throw on a jacket and we call it good. Okay? Are you prepared for every step of the way of your life? Okay? This is a real life one, and this one's kind of a daily prep, what I call a daily prep, okay? This is a text message that I received because I KJ or do karaoke. This guy says, "How much do you charge?" And that's the very first line that I got. Have no idea who the guy is. "How much do you charge?" "I'm asking for a friend." First of all, that makes a little suspicious, or my favorite word of the week, ominous. Okay? So I gave him, I said, "I don't want to be standoffish, but I can do $50 to $200. It all depends on what you're doing." Okay? "Okay, I want to do 5 hours on the west side of the Springs, and it's a medium-sized bar." Now, not being prepared, what could I have said? "Sure, sounds great." Okay? But he comes back here a little bit later. "Can you do it for $150? If I wasn't prepared and I was an amateur at this, I would go, "Sure, $150 sounds great, but let's do the math. 5 hours a week plus an hour travel time. I live in Falcon, to the west side of the Springs, 40 minutes, right? Not to mention setting up, tearing down. So we're up to what now? 8 hours? Something like that. It works out to be, I did the math, about $19 an hour. I'm a 32-year experienced performer. Do I deserve $19 an hour? Y'all can say no. What is your time worth? Is it worth $19 an hour, or is it worth $500 an hour? What's that? Yeah. What is your time worth? The other side of that is, are you prepared to accept what your value is? Oh, because we don't always know whether we're prepared for that number or not. I mean, when Michelle and I first met, we had lots of discussions about how much should I charge for this? Is this too much? It sounds way too much. Michelle, you're worth a whole lot more than that. Okay? And it goes for each and every one of you. Okay? I'm, as a DJ, typically it's around $50 an hour, okay, for a bar, because I don't have to prep all that much. It's kind of easy. It's right down the street, different things like that. But if I've got to get in front of the crowd and I've got to pump up the crowd as a KJ, and I have to do this and I have to do that, and I've got 32 years of experience doing it, and I produce, I did one event here 2 months ago, month and a half ago. They had their record sales night at this bar. They did a $7,000 night. I don't know if you know what that means. Most bars on a good night smaller bars will do between $2,000 to $3,000. These guys had them elbow to elbow. They didn't leave, and they had a $7,000 night. And I'm going to charge $19 an hour. I'm thinking, no, it's not going to happen. Okay? And the same way it goes with this. Back to the preparedness of the daily preparedness. I had to answer this guy. And I answered him with a lot of the stuff that I just told you in text. And I said, when you get serious, hit me up. Let's do it again, right? So back to the preparedness part of it. All of these are our challenges. Everything we think is a disaster. It's not always a disaster. We just have to be prepared for it. Our time, make sure you use your time properly. It's easy. Get over that idea, because it ain't always easy, especially when you start digging into 14 sheets of a spreadsheet and collecting data and doing all those other kind of stuff, even for a small event like this, probably 2 to 3 sheets worth of data, okay? Collecting all that, making sure it all works together. Procrastination, I can't help any of us for that. Um, tools, use the tools that you have on your techniques. Allow the time for your stuff. Be aggressive about the things that you want. That doesn't go out there and say, like, a lot of times today we run across that thing, give me. No, you ain't getting it. Asking is a whole lot different. Not being afraid to ask is what we need to think about. Oh, there's Michael. I found him. Okay. Be aggressive. Negotiate your task. Okay. The library here, it's got a very good right to be in here. But if you want to turn around and do your event at Sky Sox Stadium, or you want to do it over at the Broadmoor, and the Broadmoor, oh my gosh, $6,000 to rent a small room and you get nothing. Right. Excuse me, do you take AAA? Do you take military? Can you help me out with this? Because I want my event here. I want to do it here. Okay? Same way when it comes to anything else that you're doing. If you're trying to plan for your financial future, ask, where can I save money? How can I save money without discounting quality? Okay? These are all kinds of things for preparedness and aggressiveness and negotiation. Narrow down your task. Record your task, because believe it or not, I've went back through that 14-page spreadsheet and I've realized there's a lot of things I forgot. Okay? Doesn't mean I don't know what's there. It just means I forgot about them. Okay? Understand you, which is one of the biggest things, and teamwork. Those to me go hand in hand, because I need to know who my volunteers are. I need to know if they can handle a certain task. I need to know where I lack in things. Which hat can I put on? Which hat can I take off? Okay, y'all understand what I mean by putting your hat on and taking your hat off, right? Okay, so where can I do all of this stuff? So understand what your personality is, what your things are, so that you can be better prepared in the future. I don't care if it's for an event. I don't care if it's a night out on the town with the girls or the guys or both. You just never know these days. Anyway, how do you prepare yourself? Take advantage of these things. Understand these things. Put them in your hip pocket. Use those tools as you need to use those tools. And with that, you're going to have a very much better. You're going to have a much better event. You're going to have a much better financial future. And your wife, guys, will thank you for preparing when you promised her that when you guys got to old age, that you would travel the world, drive around in an RV, do all this stuff, but you forgot to tell her you were going to be working at Walmart pushing carts. Okay? So prepare early, especially younger folks. I mean, definitely prepare early, because it takes time to get to where you need. It takes organization, and it takes teamwork. You guys have a good day. Thanks. Okay, as soon as I find it, I gotta find yours, hold on. I get to introduce, are you guys ready for this? No? You must be ready for this. Dun, 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 dun. Hey, who's that? Anybody know that guy or gal? I'm going to this side of the stage. It's time for me to give things away, right? No, kidding. I'm kidding. Anyhow, I get to invite to the stage, I get to bring to the stage my partner with Denim and Pearls. And if you don't know what that is, look on Facebook, look on YouTube, it's a podcast, and we talk about a lot of good things throughout our shows. So, Michelle is how many book author? 13?
13.
You need to get off that 13 and go to 14.
I have 14 and 15 coming out on July 4th.
Oh, look at that. We got more books coming. So she's a multi-book author. She's a multi-award winning speaker. She's a motivator that can make you cry, or she can make you jump for joy. She's a black belt. I always like to talk about that one. She's actually I think Taekwondo, right? She is a Taekwondo black belt. She has got stuff that she can share with you that will it will amaze you. She's got a new television show that's coming out in another month, that's premiering. She has an active television show out of the Philippines. This woman does not stop. She honestly doesn't. She keeps going and going and going, and I'm trying to follow. So, give a big, actually, you know what? Because I think it deserves it, everybody stand up.
What?
Yes, everybody stand up. Welcome to the stage. Put your hands together, Miss Michelle Ross.
I think he's the only person in the world that can embarrass me. Because there is not an embarrassment bone in this body. Well, I've been on the stage playing MC, and I never really properly introduced myself. Hello, my name is Michelle Moraz, and I'm your friend. Everyone sees this vivacious woman who runs around hyper and everything, but I really connected to Brandon's talk because I haven't always been this way. And that's why I wanted to share to you today why my topic is unapologetic. And if you look back there, it says live unapologetically, and I'm laughing because I realized very late in my life, just 4 years ago, that life is way too short to play small. And I played small for 47 years of my life. So who am I? That used to be me. In 2014, I was living not my life. I thought I was living everyone else's life. I was the good mom, the good sister, the good friend, the good daughter. I was everyone's perfect image of what you were supposed to be. And I played small because everyone else was more important. I was told I was short, fat, and ugly. You might be smart, young lady, but the world opens for beautiful people. And girl, you ain't that. My father said that to me for years of my life. And I believed him because he's my dad. And he's right. Because all the adults in our lives are right, right? Right. Then the car accident happened. And 2014 actually, I was in a car accident. I used to run political campaigns. My thing was I would write speeches for other people so they can go change the world. Because my place is in the dark, because I'm smart, and only the pretty people should be up front, and only those people actually matter. So I will write for people and make them do things good. Good things, do good. 12 days after this car accident, after they told me I was perfectly fine, I stopped walking. Then I stopped talking. And then I was trapped in my body for 2 years and 2 months. I can honestly tell you, being stuck in your head with every inner critic that tells you that you're not good enough, you're not enough, you shouldn't be here, why don't you die, you're a waste of life, all of those voices were in my head, and they came at me as friends from school, my parents, my siblings, when they got mad at me. We would take on all these personas, all of these labels. And in my mind, for those 2 years, they attacked me. And in those 2 years, I'm a fighter. I'm a lover, not a fighter. But I'm a fighter when I was stuck in my head because I had to fight for me. And in that trauma that I was in, I kept arguing with the voices doing, but no, I should live. But no, my children need me. They love me. Yeah, you can take my voice, but let me write. Just give me something so I can tell my children I love them. And then my argued voice would say, you don't love your children. The last thing you said to them was, hurry up, you're late for school. It was the last words I said to them before I went away. I still get crying. Breaks me up because people, you don't realize that you never know what's going to happen when you walk out that door. Remember, every word that comes out of your mouth means something to someone. And my baby saw me laying on the side of the road, not moving, and the last thing I said was mean. I swore to God that if He let me out of this, I would not be that hard person I was. I would be a lot more kind to myself, and I'd be kind to everyone else. I would unapologetically be me, and I would accept people for who they are, what they are, whatever they believe. I don't care. I will love them anyways. Please let me out of this box. Please. He did. 2 years and 2 months in, I'm sitting on the couch where my husband used to carry me and place me and put all my pills in front of me. And I'm sitting on the couch and I was screaming at God in my head, kill me, just kill me. I can't stay in here anymore, kill me. And I heard, you're not dead yet, get up. It came from every pore in my body and every molecule around me. The whole house shook. I found myself 6 feet in front of the chair that I was placed on, with my hands in the air on my knees, saying, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you for everything I thought was bad. You were breaking me down to be who I am. Think about that. We always do, why me? Oh, how come this? Why is it raining on me? No, it's raining on everybody. Why is this COVID happening to me? It's happening to everybody. Why did I get fired? A lot of people are getting fired. How come I've got 30 extra pounds on me? It's your fault. I stopped saying, why me? And I found this invite to do a TEDx. So I did the TEDx right here on this stage. Yes, with a 16-second memory. So for those of you who say you can't do a TEDx, you can't do anything, oh, I have to memorize all my shit. Bullshit! And I don't normally swear. I did it with a 16-second memory. When you speak from your heart, you speak from your heart. Go out there and do what you want to do. Stop worrying about what people think. Just do. If you wait for other people over everyone else's approval, you may not have the chance to do it. So do it. What's going to happen? You're going to fall on your face. Fine, get up. Now you fall. If someone sits on your back, flip them over. That's why I took the Taekwondo. But in 2016, I did this TEDx, and my world blew up. I mean, people loved me in India. Don't know why India, but they blew up. They loved me in India. I got all these awards and all these things coming at me. Remember, I have a 16-second memory. I don't remember any of it. I got off that TEDx stage and the lady says, I remember, because I was about right here. I do remember this. I was here and I stopped my talk and everyone was standing up and clapping and singing. And I looked down at my husband and I said, what did I do? And he said, you did good. Get off the stage. And then this other lady came up and she says, you need a book. I said, I don't have a book. I have a brain injury. She says, you better get a book. That was good. So if you want to look at my TEDx, go look at my TEDx. This young lady here made a really nice website. You can find it on my website, michellemoras.com. So I did this book. For those of you who wants to write a book and hasn't written a book. Do you remember the lady with the brain injury? You see this book? It's sitting back there. There's proof of it. I wrote it in 3 days. With a 16-second memory and a traumatic brain injury. I'm missing my frontal lobe, over my left ear, the back of my head, and my 2 hemispheres had split. So I have no filter. Whatever I say, I mean. So don't ask me anything you really don't want to know. Over my left ear, there's a lot of memories gone. So there are people they're just gone from my memory. They hate me because they think I'm being facetious and acting like I don't know them. No, they're gone. That part of my brain is gone. My back of my head is that it messes with my eyes. So every once in a while, if I get tired, I fall over. But I've learned to adjust for all of that. My 2 hemispheres disconnecting. I took a lot of therapy. I'm still in therapy. I'm always in therapy. But I'm still smiling because I woke up this morning. Yes. So I wrote this book. If you want to write a book, you better write it. You have no excuse. 16-second memory. It can be done. Ask me. I know how. Then I got the John Maxwell team. Do you know Robert Kittredge? That man saved me. The reason I say he saved me is because I didn't know who I was. And I was part of Toastmasters, and I went to a meeting. He says, Michelle, why do you look lost? And I said, I don't know who I am. In my calendar, it says Toastmaster meeting, so I came. He says, you're a leader. I am? He says, yeah, and you're a big John Maxwell fan. I am? He says, you're always quoting him. I do. He says, you might want to join the team. So I joined the team to help trigger my memories. The neurologists thought it would be a good idea. So I joined the John Maxwell team and immediately found out I had breast cancer. Doctor says, oh my God, Michelle, you have 3 months to live. It took us too long to find this cancer. And I started crying. And she says, I'm so sorry I told you you had cancer. I said, don't cry about that. I'm not crying about that. I'm crying because I've got 3 months to do what I promised God to do. I promised God that I was going to walk through every door. I was going to take off the veil as many people as possible. I would help people find their goal, their dream, be who they're supposed to be so they can live their fullest life unapologetically while they're still on this planet. I've got 3 months. Cut these things off. Let's go. And the doctor's like, how are you making such quick decisions? I said, I had 2 years, 3 months stuck in my head. I have analyzed every inch of my life and every potential in my life. My background's in engineering. I did A/B testing on my entire life. I know where I'm going and I know what I want, and I do not stop. So if you watch me on social media, I don't stop. Or as Brian was complaining, he can't keep up. We've got too much living to do. Now, I didn't have a lot of friends. And the reason what happened is when I had my brain injury, a lot of people didn't believe I had a brain injury, so they dropped off. And then when they found I had breast cancer, the ones that had remained, they dropped off. Therefore, I found out I only had 3 real friends in this world. They are still my friends. And I say thank you for all of them who left. The best way to find who your real friends are is have a tragedy in your life and poof, all the wannabe friends are gone, but the real ones come. And it makes room for the people who are supposed to be in your life. This is a group of people who helped me, find me. When I didn't believe in me, they believed in me. My husband believed in me, my kids believed in me, but they were too close, they're biased, they might love me, so they're not. That's really what I said. My husband loves me too much, he's biased. You can't be right. I need a stranger. That's how our brains work, right? Find a tribe. Thank you, Michael. So these people helped me write my book because when people found out I was traveling the world, they're like, oh, you're so lucky you're doing this. Oh, you're so lucky you're doing that. And I said, it's not luck, I'm dying. Well, that's what I said in my head. I never said it out loud. I had 3 months, so I moved quick. And people thought I was lucky for all the doors that opened for me. No, they didn't just open. Those are opportunities I never said no to. How many opportunities did you say no to? Why? Say yes more. As soon as you feel it's not right, say no. Magic. I said yes a lot and my doors opened quickly. So I wrote another book. It's not luck, overcoming you. It's basically a workbook of getting through all the crap in your head and how to fight and counteract all those stupid voices in your head. Because what I found out is they weren't stupid voices. They're my best friends. They made me fight for what I wanted. They weren't really holding me back. They were saying, you want to be an international speaker? You can't speak. Yes, I can. No, you can't. You have nothing to say. I do have something to say. Prove it. So I did. Thank you, inner critics. That's how you deal with them. Spoiler alert, that's what the book talks about. But still, the book is coming out again. Then I won a John Maxwell Award Culture Award for, I forgot the name of it. Something about attitude, positive attitude. It's a culture word for positive attitude. I do have a brain injury still, don't mind me. I fake it really well, though. I won that award from John, spoke in front of 8 million people. I won over 8 million coaches around the world. And that's when I went, am I a coach? And John's like, yes, dear, you are. I do. How did that happen? He goes, you're a really good coach. I have a brain injury. I could help people. I could do what I did, but then it would just disappear and I would not remember I had a person. I knew you. Let's say I knew you. But I didn't remember why I knew you until you came back on the screen again or walked into a coffee shop. I do, oh yeah, I'm coaching you. It was like, Dory, every day. It was wonderful. And then I got asked to go to India. Now you have to remember, they gave me 3 months to live. This was in the 2nd month that I went to India, and my husband begged me not to go. And I went anyways, and he said, Michelle, please, you've got cancer and you have no immune system. And I said, God told me to talk. He gave me my voice back. If I'm going to die on the road, then I'm going to die on the road. But I'm going to die loving what I do. So I went. And then I went to Ireland on an oops. And then I stayed out for a month, and I came back on the 3rd month when I was supposed to die. Spoiler alert. That's 2018. I'm a ghost. So, how many of you avoid taking pictures? You need to take pictures. I took this 2018 picture on my 50th birthday because when I came out of that basic coma, what I realized was I had avoided pictures all my life. If anything happened to me, my children would not know what I looked like because I hid in every picture. It was always. So I went out and got a photo shoot in me and my glory at 50 because we never knew if I was going to die or not. I mean, we never know. I had the benefit of knowing what probably was going to get me. So I did that. And then the next year I took another one. I take a photo shoot every year. And I encourage all of you to do that because here's the thing. The girl here in 2014, that's who I still see. I take pictures every year to remind me that I'm changing. Now, remember, I got really big when I was stuck in my body for 2 years, okay? I sat there and my husband gave me comfort food. But when I came out of that coma, I didn't know who I was. And as I was finding myself again, no matter what, when I look in the mirror, I still see the first girl. I still see her. I see her every day in the mirror. So on my mirror, I put pictures of who I am every time so I can see that I'm changing. This is me. This is not me. And so when people do, oh, you're itty bitty, I do, no, I'm not. I can bench press your butt. But I can't. I don't see that anymore. And so I don't care how evolved you are or how unconditional you are or the attitude you have. It all starts here. You need to love yourself and be unapologetically loving who you are. And that's who I am today. And I wanted to share that whole unapologetic thing because it's not an accident. It's self-determination. It's controlling who you are in every aspect. People see my physical change, but really the biggest change is all here. I've realized that I was worth living. I was worth taking up space. When you see me sit at tables, I spread out. I put my stuff everywhere. But before I used to squish in a corner. You belong here. You own your ground. You own your space. You own your business. You are your brand. You are phenomenal. Oh, I always say live an unapologetic life by self-leadership. And the reason I talk about that, and I just say, you know your why, know your influence, and be your own personal responsible person. Yeah, I just do that. Because you have to lead yourself. And what I'm trying to get to is what I live by. This. Byron Katie. Do you know Byron Katie? Look up Byron Katie, The Work. When you have any thought that comes in your head that makes you feel less, I want you to ask these questions. Let's say I'm going to pick on, where's Brian? Where's Brian? I need to pick on somebody. Okay, Brian. Brian's my podcast partner, and he should know what I want when I want it because he knows me. And it pisses me off when he doesn't. Can I say it's true? Yeah, I'm ticked. Know me better. Can I absolutely say that's true? Well, you should know me, but yeah, you can't be in my head. Right? How do I react when that happens, when I believe that thought that he should understand me all the time? Well, it makes me really upset. And it ticks me off, and I don't want to see him. So number 4, who would I be without this thought? I'd be a really happy, peaceful person who would like my co-host on Denim and Pearls. So then why do I think the thought? Take a picture of that. It will save you from any animosity, any fight, any argument, all of that. Is it true? Can I absolutely say it's true? How do I react when it happens? And how do I react and I believe that thought? And who would I be without that thought? It's magic. Look up The Work. It gets deeper. it gets more profound and it will save relationships. So, how do you live unapologetically? And who do you listen to? Listen to you. Listen to the quiet voice. Be the leader of yourself, because only then can you lead other people. That's my own quote. Yes, thank you. So if you'd like to connect with me, I put a QR code too. But I have Mental Shift, which is my TV show out of the Philippines. Denim and Pearls is the podcast with Brian, and Amplifluence is a new on-the-road trip thing that I'm doing with Perfect Publishing. And, well, you guys are joining me now. And we go from state to state, city to city, and we amplify the influence of authors, speakers, and influencers of the town. So if you'd like to connect with me, that's my QR code. I'm kind of hard to miss. I'm wearing red and black, and I tend to be on stage introducing everybody else. Speaking of that, thank you. I would like to put these two books in the Givey bag, okay? The 13 Steps to Riches is auto-suggestion. I wanted to put this one in because it's a lot of what I talked about. We program ourselves with the words we've heard around us, and we integrate them into our lives and take them as fact. All of us wrote our version of it, but I really like my version in here. And then Hold My Crown, Women of Grit, Share Stories of Resilience. This thing's about to blow up even bigger than it is. Okay, so you might want to go grab this and be in the room when we give it away, or go buy it from me because it's awesome. It's only just begun. Yes, and yes, I like to sing. Now I'm putting on the other hat. Thank you so much for letting me present today. Thank you. We are going to switch gears. And before we switch gears, I want all the vendors who are still here to come up and give their 2-minute talk about what they're doing here. No one's moving. Vendors, come on up. We have Premium Coffee Company, UCCS College and Business, Perfect Publishing, 1 Million Cups, and our videographer, Adam. Did he leave? Adam left. And then we also have Andrew Hesley. He's the Colorado COS Business Podcast, if you don't know who he is. That's what he does. He hasn't come up? No. But he won't leave the camera. Andrew, you get to come up and talk about what you do, okay? Thank you. So, do we have our lineup? Excuse me, Mike Man. Mike Man? You're supposed to know my thoughts. Don't you know how upset I get when you don't know my thoughts?
Is that true?
Is that true? Yes, I'm very upset that you didn't bring me a mic. I don't know how to turn this off, so someone might want to do this for me. That's also why Michael is my, here?
What do you need a mic for?
Because the vendors are coming up to talk. Do you want them to scream?
Well, let me take the trip across the water here, over the river and through the woods, and I'll be right there.
That's why Brian's my partner, because I am technically challenged. Oh, thank you. As soon as we get a mic in hand.
Who wants the mic?
First.
You already have the mic.
Come.
I'm like Michelle, though.
Perfect Publishing. Thank you. Do you get all your pictures?
Thank you. Not yet. No, half these people haven't come and got pictures because you're too busy talking to them.
Oh.
We need to take a break so they can get pictures.
We are.
taken.
We're about to break. That's why
There
you
you
guys
go.
coming up.
So, Perfect Publishing, Keep Smiling book. If you haven't got a Keep Smiling card in your pocket, then you still need to take a Keep Smiling picture. The other project I want to mention is Michael and I are both working on compilation books, and mine's called The Entrepreneur Mindset. His is called The Unconditional Mindset. And these compilations are the opportunity for you to get published as an author, writing 1,500 to 2,500 words instead of having to write a whole book in 3 days. I wrote mine in 7. So.
I beat you.
She did. She beats me at everything. It's not a competition. That's right.
Yes.
Collaboration. So you can write a book. I proved it, can do it in 7 days because I'm remedial, and Michelle did it in 3 days because she's advanced. So it's absolutely possible to write a book if you choose to. But if you don't want to write a whole book, start with your story and share your entrepreneurial journey, share your unconditional mindset journey. And those are both opportunities through Perfect Publishing to get yourself published author. It'll be best-selling because 30 authors in a book,
Hey.
everybody sells them.
And Hold My Crown Kings edition.
And Hold My Crown, kings and queens, and I'm sure there's going to be princes and princesses soon.
Nope, only kings and queens.
Oh, we got to have the kids' versions, kid books.
Nope, kings and queens.
Then I'll do kids' versions.
Okay. Actually, I do have a teen vision come up. Oh, you're doing 1 million cups now?
I am.
Well, heck.
Yes, I'm going to represent 1 Million Cups because I used to be the lead organizer at 1 Million Cups. Matter of fact, I went to Kansas City to represent the Colorado Springs branch of 1 Million Cups when we were the largest contingent of 1 Million Cups around the country, more than 170 that meet at 9 o'clock on Wednesday morning. The whole idea is 1 million entrepreneurs meeting together over a cup of coffee every Wednesday morning. 1 Million Cups downtown now at the Next Us. It's an incredible venue. Matter of fact, if you are an entrepreneur, you need to speak at 1 Million Cups. You get 6 minutes to talk about your story, why it's important, who you are, and why should anyone care. Right? So those are the 3 reasons that we do it. Then 20 minutes of questions and answers so we can unwrap your story in a very poignant and very succinct way so that we can infuse some ideas into you as you move your business forward. 1 Million Cups, Colorado Springs, the top 1 million cups in the country because we live in the top city in the country.
Woo-hoo. Thank you, Frank. And our next on the guest lot is UCCS Business, right? Business. College of Business. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Raphael Norwood. I am the representative for UCCS College of Business, and I particularly work with graduate programs. So if you're looking for an MBA, MSA, or a graduate certificate, I encourage you to stop by our table. I particularly work with the doctoral program for the College of Business. So if you're looking at a doctoral program, our particular emphasis is cybersecurity management. So if you know anyone in that area, please feel free to contact me. I also work with custom programs for executive education. So that means if you're looking at providing a leadership sort of training for your company or organization, I also deal with that. So feel free again to come talk to me about that as well. So thank you.
Yay. And our library hostess, the mostess. Yay. Sandy, thank you.
Hi again, Sandy with the library. Again, I just wanted to point out, if you have time to take a tour and look at all the great resources we have in this building. And one thing I forgot to mention before, next week we're actually doing an e-commerce class. So if you're interested in learning more about that, if you go online, ppld.org, and look up classes, click on business, you'll see that. I'm doing it in collaboration with the SBDC. So you'll actually register through their site. We have a great instructor for that. And, looking for other ideas for classes too. So, if there is something that you're interested in learning more about, stop by. I have a short survey over at my table because I would like to bring more things to, people like you, for entrepreneurs, so that we can also help you, again, in your journey. It's so bad. I always just want to say, any questions? But you know where to find me if you have them, okay?
Thank you. I guess I shouldn't make everyone nervous by letting you all know that I'm a speaker coach. I train speakers. I'm taking notes. Anyways, come on up, Premium Coffee Company. Thank you. I said it right before you, so I can mess you up a little bit.
It has come to my attention that I did not actually introduce myself last time. So my name is Jerry Underwood. This is my wife, Belen Underwood, and we are Guatemalan Gold Coffee Company. We are still right there in the back. You know where to find us. And the best thing after lunch is we're all starting to kind of fall asleep, and we're in a dark room, and it's warm. So if you need to wake up, you can grab some coffee back there, get some more caffeine. In fact, we have just made a new batch, and this is what we call our limited edition. It is a pea berry coffee bean, which is a very special coffee bean. It has more of a fruity characteristic. So we're happy to keep providing the world's best coffee to the world's best people. Thank you very much.
But do you have creamer?
We have creamer.
Yay, creamer. And Heather's here. Precision Services, Heather. Precision Services. Yes, thank you.
Thanks. I don't need a whole name. Hope you all had a fantastic time. This has been an incredible opportunity. I'm so thankful for the opportunity to sponsor this. Thank you, Michael. And I'm so excited to see what this turns into year after year and the growth that we're going to see. So I encourage all of you to stay involved, stay engaged with all of us. If you have questions, if you want to do a one-to-one, do a lunch, have questions about, is your insurance policy correct? If you need help with financials in your business, if you need connections, anything like that, please look me up. I'm Heather McBroom with Precision Services. You can look me up on Facebook. You can look me up on Google. Please reach out to me. I would love to help. And thanks again. We had such a great time today. Thank you.
And the man who likes to hide, Andrew Hasley, please come on up and tell us what you do. He's been live streaming us all day so far.
For those that don't know, well, she already said my name. I'm Andrew Hasley. And yeah, for someone who likes to hide, I do like a lot of attention as well, too. So, so yeah, I mean, I host a podcast called the COS Business Podcast. A lot of you have been on the show. And I also run a video production company. That's the main thing I do. And keeping in the theme of unconditional and entrepreneurs, I always wanted to be an entrepreneur. Not always, since I was 16 specifically. And it's like, I would like get Entrepreneur magazine. I was like obsessed with wanting to become an entrepreneur. And for like an entire decade, I would start bunches of businesses and none of them really took off until I found a mentor. And that's what I think was the key thing for me specifically. And now I run a business that has been very successful, and it's the business that kind of brought me here today on this stage. So that's Vehement Visuals, and I produce videos for businesses to help them grow. So yeah, thank you.
Yay, thank you, Andrew. Since Andrew said entrepreneur so much, I have to tell you a secret. If you look back there on my book, it says PhD on it. I get it next month. So that is what's going to break me. That's what's going to break me from my 13th book. Is my 14th book is a quote book, and then my 15th book is my dissertation. Surprise! But it's a doctorate in entrepreneurology. It's a study of entrepreneurs. What perfect specimens you all are. So today we've talked about unconditional, peace, audacious, value, honesty, preparedness, unapologetic. This, after our breakthrough session, we're going to talk about accountability, courageous, and synergy. So if we could please have our two lovely gentlemen, can we call them lovely gentlemen? Sure. Peter Lynch and Michael Grabus, please come up so we can do this breakthrough and then you can share with what we're doing. I think we need another mic, sir. Here's one for you. Oh, they want me to stall a little bit. Hello, my baby. Hello, my honey. Hello, my ragtime gal. I think he's trying to do something back there with the recording. Come on, tap. Okay, thank you. You got it, guys.
All right. Well, I hope you had your questions that you had a chance to think about over the break, right? Because now's the time. And this was really the goal when Michael and I, Michael Schoening, as we have two Michaels, right? But that was our goal for this was that you come here not just to be inspired, but to walk away with implementation, right? And the beauty is the synergy that is happening here. And I love that that's one of the words that's going to be spoken on as well. But the synergy of this breakthrough session is going to implement everything that you've been listening to, everything that you've been soaking in. Now is that opportunity to apply so that you can experience that breakthrough and walk away from this experience with something that's going to dramatically impact your life positively.
Outstanding. And one of the things I didn't mention before is the name of my company is Create It Now Coach. And we go from the what if to the right now. So what would happen today when you make the choice right now to change one direction by not only 1%, 5, 10, 20, 30, and maybe even a dramatic 90% change in where you're going to be tomorrow? And then where is your tomorrow's tomorrow going to look like? So this is about how you can take all of the information and apply it to your situation, whether it's in your life, your relationship, or your business. We're going to break you up into 2 groups, and we'll have one group over here, one group over here, and then we will get laser focused on what you need and how to achieve success in your life, in your business.
Absolutely. So at this point, what we're going to do is stand up, do a big stretch, because I know we've all had that lunge settling, right? But most importantly, we're gonna have these sessions on either side of the room. So there's some open spaces. I'm going to be over there. Michael is going to be over there. I can tell you right now, like, I have to upsell Michael. Like, if you're with him, you're lucky. If you're with me, well, I hope it's going to go
You're
well,
lucky as well.
It's going to be fantastic. And what's that? All right. So I talk like that? No, yeah. So yeah, go ahead. Let's split up. I'm curious kind of how, I think that we've got a little bit heavier over here. So if maybe 2 or 3 of you want to come to this side of the room with me, but either way, go ahead and grab a chair, go to an empty spot, and we're going to break into circles, and we'll dig into this and have experience the breakthrough session. Looking forward to working with you.
We have 3 speakers back to back, and then we'll be through, and we'll start for next year. We'll plan next year, okay? Our next speaker is a 4th-generation Colorado native, present father, faithful husband, award-winning speaker, radio show host, and voiceover talent. 1st-generation recovered addict, recovered alcoholic, and addict. Sobriety is simple, but it's not always easy. For things to change, we must change. That is being accountable. Please welcome Johnny Joy with Accountable.
You got it? You okay?
I think I'm all right. Cool. Let's see. Can you guys hear me like this? Yeah. Okay. I'll go without the mic.
You have to.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm on a mic all day long,
No,
so
sorry.
anytime I can go without a mic
No,
is...
we are recording and we're going live stream too.
Well, okay. Hi, live stream. My name is Johnny Joy. Anyone heard of Mountain Country 107.3? Okay. Fantastic. Well, I am the morning show host on Mountain Country. And yeah, you might think it's a little strange that a host of a country radio show is also a recovered alcoholic. I use the term recovered, not recovering, because I'm not currently recovering. I am recovered. I don't drink. I haven't for 8+ years. Just celebrated 8 years a couple weeks ago. Thank you. I am a 4th-generation Springs native. My daughter is now a 5th-generation Springs native. My great-great-grandfather was the first judge of Colorado Springs. I've tried to escape. I got to Fort Collins. That's as far as I got. I lived in Newport Beach, California for about 4 months, but I had to move back. I'm a mountain guy through and through. So I'm very open. I've actually been open on the station to tens of thousands of people about my recovery because I'm accountable. And that's where it all starts, is being accountable. Now, why would I want to talk about being an addict or an alcoholic? And I'm going to show you why. Because I'm working on a project that, besides Mountain Country, that I hope is going to change the world. I like to have big picture thinking. That's what this whole thing is about, this big picture thinking. Just a quick show of hands. Anyone in here either experience or know somebody that's been affected by addiction? Okay, cool. Just about everybody. And that's exactly why I talk about it, because I think, unfortunately, all too often, we get this idea that addicts are the ones you see down in Acacia Park, the brown bags, the guys in rehab. Not the case. We just won Best Of for the 5th year in a row. Dave and myself just won Best On-Air Personalities for the 3rd year in a row. I've gone to rehab 4 times, paid over $100,000, been in county detox 3 times, suffered from liver failure, kidney failure, bladder failure. I have a plate under this eye. I fractured my eye socket, my cheek, my jaw. No recollection of how that happened. But guess who was responsible for that? Me. Guess who's responsible for every single thing that has happened in my life? Me. Yes. And that's what being accountable is all about. Once I realized that being accountable is the foundation for everything in my life got a whole lot easier. I was able to open it up in ways I didn't even think possible. Because when you suddenly realize that we can't control the things that happen to us, life happens. We can only control the things, the way that we react to those things happening. So when I suddenly realized, why would somebody like me, I came from middle class America, mom and dad divorced when I was 8, nothing out of the ordinary, wasn't abused, wasn't molested. But at the age of 24, I got a call, and I was at a restaurant up in Boulder called Rock Bottom, kind of an ironic name. And I get a call, and it's from my aunt. And she says, Johnny, you got to get down to the Springs. I said, what's going on? And she said, you need to get down to the Springs now. I said, what's going on? She said, it's your sister. I said, what's going on? She says, get to the Springs now. I said, is she alive? Just get to the Springs. And so from the Rock Bottom up on 104th and Federal, I drove as fast as I could. I don't even really remember the drive. And I got to Penrose, Maine downtown and walked into the ICU. And there was my sister, 28. Yeah, she was 28 at the time. And hoses and wires and everything that could possibly be hooked up to one human being was hooked up. She had her master's degree. She was a teacher. And she accidentally overdosed on fentanyl. And this was 2002. So August will be 20 years. But she was my only sibling. She was all I knew. She was my best friend. And 4 days later, my mom and I had to make that decision to pull the plug, as they say. And it is still one of the hardest things I hope to ever go through. I hope there's never a day I experience that will be harder than that. And I didn't deal with it. I didn't deal with it at all. So the weeks turned into months, and 9 months later, I was back at that same restaurant, and my phone rang again. And it was my mom this time. And she said, you need to get over to Lutheran Medical. I said, why? She said, it's her cousin. She accidentally overdosed on prescription medication. She was without oxygen for about 45 minutes. 4 days later, we had to take her off life support. So in 9 months, the two people I grew up with, my sister and my cousin, were gone. I didn't deal with that either. I was too busy taking care of my mom and taking care of my aunt. At the same time, trying to restructure a relationship with my father. He left when I was about 8 years old. He got a new wife, came with 2 new kids. That story's not unfamiliar to a lot of us, I'm sure. And I desperately wanted answers because I was 8 years old. I was like, why? Why? What did I do? And trying to rebuild this relationship with him, and it wasn't easy. You know, I was going through what alcoholics call amends. I wasn't there yet by any means. And I get a call about a year and a half later. No, actually, I guess it was about a year later. And it was a voicemail from my stepmom, and she said, I thought I'd let you know your dad died this morning in the midst of me trying to make amends with him. So you take those kind of losses, and I was a bartender at the time. I had a ton of money. I had all the girls. I had all the booze. I had all the cocaine. I had all of it. But I had a whole lot of trauma. I had a big, giant mess in here. And so if you know people that are struggling with addiction, whether it be alcohol, substance abuse, sex, gambling, whatever it might be, the thing I want to make sure that I get across here is being accountable is knowing why we have this issue. It's a knot in between our ears. And being accountable for how we have dealt with these situations or not dealt with these situations. And that caused me to drink. And more and more and more and more until the point that I was 35 years old. I've gone through 4 rehabs, like I said. It's been over $100,000. Been in county rehab or county detox. By the way, that's not a pleasant place. I would do everything in your power to absolutely avoid county detox. Anyone seen The Shawshank Redemption? You know that scene in the beginning where the guy says, I don't belong here. I'm not supposed to be here. That's what I said my first night. And I was there for 72 hours because I saw a guy and he was detoxing from heroin and he was defecating in the shower. And I was thinking to myself, I've got a 5-bedroom house. I've got 3 cars in the garage. I've got a classic sports car. I've got money in the bank. I don't deserve to be here. And the guard looked at me and he says, go lay the hell down. You absolutely deserve to be here. And it was at that point that I was like, whoa. And that's being accountable. So again, this is why I talk about it, because when you listen to me on the radio, or you see these celebrities or people that you think like, maybe you follow me on social media and you say, man, he's got it good. He's got a beautiful wife, a great, beautiful kid, and he drives a cool SUV and goes to all these cool places, meets celebrities. What's really actually happening behind the scenes? How did they get there? Would you assume that I was an alcoholic? Or would you just think, do you just sit back and say, it must be nice? Because I can guarantee I wouldn't trade any of this in. I wouldn't ask for a different life. I wouldn't ask for a different path. Would I want my sister back? Sure. But everything has led me to this moment right here, to be able to talk to all of you about being accountable for your own life, saying that you have the choice, what direction you take. So if you're sitting here and I'm wondering why some people are here, like someone give me, just shout out, why are you here today? But like, why would you want to come to an entrepreneurship seminar? Okay, and why are you doing that already? Exactly, good, perfect answer. Because the biggest thing that we always hear is, I don't have time. Yeah, you do. I got the same amount of time as you do. I don't know the right people. My job sucks, my relationships suck, whatever it is. Those aren't reasons. That's you not being accountable to yourself. That's you not being resourcefulness. You sitting in this room right now, you are leaps and bounds ahead of anybody that is that's not attending, that's just sitting there making excuses. I could have said, well, woe is me. My father left, my sister died, my cousin died, then my father died. I lost a bunch of money. I was married, and that money went away. She took everything, which she did. She's married. She's got a couple kids now. I wish her well. I earned all my money back because I said, this isn't working out for me. Everything I'm doing isn't working out for me. So what am I going to do? I'm going to change it. Who's responsible for changing your life? Yeah, not Facebook, not Instagram, not filters, not TikTok, not your boyfriend, your girlfriend, your husband, your kids. You are. Of course, there are things that stand in the way, stand in all of our way. But we can change at any point and go any direction that we want to go. If you hate your job, change it. If you hate the relationship you're in, change it. Stop bitching. Change it. It's really simple. Pardon the language. I get fired up. I remember a couple years ago, I was in Vegas, and I was at an event called GoPro. If you've heard of GoPro, it's for network marketing, and I was really excited. I was involved with multi-level marketing at the time with Herbalife, and I remember seeing Richard Branson. I was about 10 rows back, and everyone had a really nice suit on, and I had a really nice suit on, and Richard Branson comes out, and he comes out in jeans and a T-shirt and boots, and he grabs the host by the tie, a guy named Eric Worre, grabs him by his Tom Ford tie, a $1,000 tie. Pulls a pair of scissors out of the back of his pocket, like the old trail dust, just snips it off. And he goes, there, you feel better? Let's get comfortable. And the host asked Richard Branson if he had any advice he wanted to give to these young entrepreneurs, 20,000 of us sitting in the Mirage in Las Vegas. And he said, well, in the 60s, I took what money I had, and I wanted to start a magazine to protest the Vietnam War. So I did it. I had no money left over, but I did it. He said, and after I'm done with all of you here today, I'm going to go out into the desert and look at my spaceship. And he was serious because he made a decision. He said, no, I don't like the direction this is going. We all have a limited amount of time here. We don't know how much it is. For my sister, it was 28 years. For my cousin, it was 32. For my father, it was 64. We can see how much has passed in the bottom of the hourglass. We don't know how much is left on top. So don't waste your time sitting there and blaming everybody in every other situation for the lack of success or fulfillment you have in your life. You are accountable to your life. Now, I'm not saying that in the pursuit of your dreams, running out on your family, but sitting down and being passionate about what you want to do. When I first met my wife, I had a fairly stable job. I was a suit and tie. I wasn't part of mountain country. I was making a decent living. And I believe it was Richard Branson also said, he says, when somebody offers you an amazing opportunity and you have no idea what you're doing, take it and then figure it out. Be accountable. If you have that thing that keeps tapping you on the shoulder that says, this is a good idea. This is a good idea. This is what you're meant to do. This is what you're meant to do. I see a lot of head shaking. Yeah, I have that a lot. Why aren't you doing it? Is it because of the list of excuses you're giving yourself? Probably. You know, I was offered mountain country. I didn't even know what red dirt country was in the beginning. I walked in to actually try and pitch my Herbalife business, and the owner of the station said, you ever been on radio? I said, no. He said, can you read a couple things? And I read it. Thank God for whiskey and cigarettes now, right? I quit both the bad habits, but I got to keep the voice, and now I've got the coolest job on the planet. If you were wondering if being a radio DJ is that cool, yes, it is. Honestly, I get to tell dad jokes and listen to George Strait in the morning, and I get paid a ridiculous amount of money for it. You know, so did I rehab? Or yes. Did I relapse? Yes. But that's going to happen throughout our life, whether it be alcohol, whether we're going to stumble, we're going to fall. Anyone here ever mess up in their business? Yeah? Okay. And did you quit? No. Anyone listen to other wildly successful entrepreneurs and say, man, they sure are lucky, or think that in their head? No. Well, I mean, you can think that, of course, but I can guarantee you not one of us in this room that has had any measure of success has ever said, boy, that was easy. You know, I mean, the first time I stepped onto a stage like this, I stepped up and my brain sat down. You know, the first time I spoke on a microphone in Mountain Country, we do pre-recording some things, and it took me 5 hours to record a 2-hour show of 20 minutes of audio. You know, I go back and listen to how it used to be, and that's not how it is now, because I found the areas that I needed to work on and became accountable to myself and said, that's not good. I can change that. I'm not doing the best I can, and I can change that. So, you know, I look at my life now, and I can't even believe it's mine. You know, you know when you scroll on your Facebook and it gives you the memories, and then you get to that certain year and you're like, yeah. So like 2013 is when I start going, you know, because I look at myself and I look at the decision I was making, and I look at the life I was leading, and I look at the picture of my face completely busted up and crushed up, in and out of rehabs, losing jobs, losing friends, losing relationships. And I was blaming everybody else besides me. So guess what? Yes, it is your fault. If you don't like your job, it's not your job's fault. If you don't like the relationship you're in, it's not the people in your relationship's fault. It's your fault. But you can do something about it. And that is actually really encouraging. I know you didn't come up to be told everything's your fault, but it is. Everything's my fault. And I decided it was time to do something about it. And so, yeah, when I talk about, like, you know, why haven't people succeeded? Well, because they're not doing what they're called to do. You know, do it in your spare time. When people say I don't have time, if you've ever heard of Gary Vaynerchuk, you know, he's amazing because he'll say, okay, so you work 9 to 5. What are you doing from 5 to 10? What are you doing from 5 to midnight? You know, I'm currently working on a project that has zero to do with Mountain Country, but my goal is to change the entire world of recovery. That's big picture thinking. But I know that I've got to start small. I know I've got to start with just y'all. And I know that I have got to work. There's times I'm tired. I became a dad at 40. You know, I've got a 2.5-year-old. That's why I was late coming here, and I'm going to have to go fairly quickly after this because I got to get back on toddler detail. My wife is one of the hardest working gals I know. She's the behavior analyst for District 11. You know, I mean, you want to talk about a hard job. She never asked me how my day was because she knows. How was your day at work? I'm like, you heard. It's pretty easy, you know. So the goal I want to I'm trying to set out to the world is whatever you feel is holding you back. If you think it's time or it's money, well, first off, there's an unlimited amount of money out there. There's an unlimited amount of money. You know, some people would say, man, if I got $30 an hour, that would be great. Do you know what Jeff Bezos earns an hour? He earns $140,000 a minute. So You know, there's a limited amount of money out there, but there's a very limited amount of time. So if you can get out there right now after today, after you hear all these amazing speakers I've been so honored to share the stage with, and say, you know what? I do have time. I don't know how much, but I would rather live a short life doing what I love than live a long life doing what I hate. I don't want to be miserable. I'm lucky enough to be standing here. I don't know if you know anything about blood alcohol levels, but 0.08 is considered drunk. 0.4 is considered lethal. I was 0.54, walking and talking. And this guy shouldn't be alive. So I had a little conversation with God that day in the hospital up in Denver. And it kind of went like this. He said, "You're done." And I said, "Not in 10 minutes, not in 1 minute now. It's over." And I assumed that meant like, okay, we're going to change. Because I was trying to quit and he wasn't willing to fire me. So at that exact moment, I said, no, I'm done. So now I get up on stages like this and I talk about being accountable and I talk about being successful and I talk about doing what you are meant to do. I am so lucky to be alive. I am thrilled. I am blessed. And it is my mission now to help anybody that needs help with recovery. Because again, recovery and sobriety, it's so simple. It's so simple. It's not easy, but it's simple. You can follow me on Johnny Joy. I've got Johnny Joy, that sober guy, on Facebook, Johnny Joy on Instagram, and on just regular Facebook as well. Mountain Country 107.3, shameless plug there. You can hear me talking about songs about booze and beer and women all the time because it's a country station. But in closing, one of the reasons I get up here and I talk about it is because if you know somebody that's going through recovery like me, you know, or somebody that's struggling with sobriety, I'll look right at them and say, I don't want you to go to AA meetings. I don't want you to pay $100,000 for rehab. I want you to go to a bar. And they say, go to a bar? I say, you have to be accountable to yourself and realize that that was destroying your life. So all you have to do is remove one element. And you can do that with anything in your life. Remove that one element that is holding you back. And it's usually excuses. It's usually trauma of some sort. And you can have anything in this world. My life right now is exceptional. And it's because of groups like this, me getting a chance to talk to all of you, being able to be on the radio, being on Facebook, and being accountable to myself and said, I had something that was going to kill me, and it's not anymore. I am a recovered addict. You know, I am a recovered alcoholic. And I am a grateful father, and I'm a faithful husband, and a pretty decent radio DJ. You know, I mean, you know, though if you heard Michael on air the other day, you got some silky pipes, bro. So again, enjoy the rest of the conference. I apologize I couldn't be here earlier. And oh, by the way, my project, my top secret project, it's called. Oh, I'm out of time. Thanks, guys.
Top secret. Oops, gotta go. Our next speaker is a leadership keynote speaker. Told you we're all speakers. Leadership coach, personal performance mentor, author, and change maker. I'm every woman, it's all in me. I'm stalling for the time, he's recording now. Thank you. Okay. Our next speaker is a leadership keynote speaker, leadership coach, personal performance mentor, author, and change maker. She believes in a world where peace and power can coexist. She works with leaders and helps them create peace in the workplace power dynamic. As a Polish immigrant, she has a unique perspective to what power truly is and how it can be forced for positive change in the workplace. Beata has awarded, I know about this one, the Women of Excellence 2019 by the Women's Economic Forum. She was there the year after me because She stalked me and became my stazzarazzi, and I brought her. But please welcome Beata Severin-Reed on the word courageous. You're awesome.
Thank you. I believe in a world where courage is the true source of lasting power in our lives. I was brought here to talk about being courageous in this wild time. To help you step back into your power after this pandemic and everything that came with it. To inspire you to take that power into your own hands and live your best damn life. To no longer let anything that is stopping you to stop you from living, from being who you want to be, from doing what you want to be doing, and enjoying life. Courage is a very big word. That word can be exciting and scary at the same time. Anybody have that mutual feeling sometimes? Yes or yes? Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been living in these challenging times for quite a while. Everywhere you turn, you hear, be brave, keep pushing, do not give up. And you are like, be brave? With everything what is going around, you want me to be brave? Are you crazy? I'm just trying to get by. Do I speak to anyone in this room? In a talk like this, you might expect me to say the good old talking points such as, be bold, say yes, believe in yourself, stop procrastinating and start the business. All the usual things that supposed to keep you motivated for a day or two. But as we all know, motivation is like bathing and simply won't last long without action. Now, what if I told you that all you have learned about courage until now was complete BS? What if I told you that you no longer have to look for these temporary outside power generators to be courageous and enjoy your life despite the pandemic, despite the economic challenges, despite any challenges that you might be going through? Interested? Yes or yes? Yes. You see, my entire life, I believe that being courageous is just about bouncing back. So I did. I did bounce back from communistic poverty in Poland. And I was just 7 when I had to bounce back after a car accident and traumatic brain injury. And from being told that I will never be normal and that I won't achieve anything in my life. And I wanted to be normal. Mom, am I normal? Mom, I just want to be normal like everybody else. And I did bounce back after being left at the altar, after dedicating myself to relationship for 11 years. It took me a while, and it cost me a lot. My identity, my self-worth, my confidence. But I did bounce back. I was good in bouncing back. And on the way of that bravery, I decided to move to America. Country of my dreams, full of possibilities. Life was good. New job, new friends, new me. You know that story, don't you? And life was good until it wasn't. And I had to bounce back again from financial struggles, from job rejections, from relationship betrayals, and from hurtful comments like, you won't make it in here. You are just an immigrant. Why don't you go back where you came from? I can tell you how many courageous conferences I went to, how many inspiring videos I watched, how many books I read, how many times I just tried to convince myself, just be brave, just be courageous. How many times I tried to make my way up off the floor, back into my best life. And how many times I ended up falling flat on the floor again. There was one specific evening that I found myself flat on my face with no courage to be found. It was another long day where my boss continued to remind me how bad I was at my job and how I should probably just go back to where I came from. I couldn't take it anymore. I was exhausted and I did not want to get up from that floor. I remember thinking, F bouncing back, what's the point? Just to hit another ceiling or another floor? What's the point? My Beata bounce back energy was depleted. No more podcasts, inspiring videos, or quotes could get me out of this one. In my total helplessness and exhaustion, I had an awakening. When I thought that it's all over for me and I had no other choice but just to listen to my verbally abusive boss and go back to Poland, it hit me. It was time to stop fighting. It was time to do something totally different. Ladies and gentlemen, what do you call this thing, doing the same things over and over again and expecting different results? Say it again. Insanity. It was time to stop insanity. It was time to stop expecting that someone or something from the outside can come and change how I feel on the inside. It was time to pause. It was time to breathe. It was time to go inside and build relationship with myself. Maybe this could work. Maybe this could change everything. And it freaking did. On that evening, I claimed my power by cultivating courage in my heart. I realized that I needed to stop bouncing back and to stand up and to stand tall and say to myself, it's not over. It's just the beginning. World, are you ready? Because I'm coming and nothing is going to stop me. This time, it felt different. I really owned the power. The power came from within. It's how I felt on that evening in my tiny apartment in Colorado Springs 12 years ago. What's the secret? The secret is to cultivate courage in your heart, because courage is power. Same like peace. Now, let's explore what does it really mean being courageous. Being courageous means that every setback is just an information of your best comeback. Everything you ever experienced, everything you ever go through or cried through is just a setup for your next best life. Design it. Being courageous is also about giving yourself permission. Say permission. To be wrong and to make mistakes. Ladies and gentlemen, we are so afraid to make mistakes and to be wrong that we don't let ourselves to really experience life. And your mistakes do not define you, but the story that you tell yourself about them does. Being courageous is about going back and healing the little girl in me, the little boy in me. So the man I am today is free. Say, I'm free.
I'm free.
Being courageous is forgiving your past, so you are ready for your future. Being courageous is also about truly forgiving your ex, so you are ready for your next. Just saying, write this down. Forgiving is not about forgetting. Forgiving is about remembering without any anger. Being courageous is also knowing who you can count on and who you should count out. There are people in your life that are always around when they need you, but they are nowhere to be found when you need them. Don't make someone a priority in your life when they make you only an option. Being courageous is also rising above your own uncertainty so you can step into possibility. Say, I'm possible.
I'm possible.
Now, the question is, how do we create that lasting courage? Are you ready for me to share 3 steps that helped me to change my life?
Yes.
Thank you. Step number 1, listen to yourself. Listen to yourself with an open heart. Everything you ever need is in you, but you are never there. Listening to yourself is about getting to know yourself and getting to know yourself better and again, because you are not the same person as you were 10 years ago, 5 years ago, or even 6 days ago. Listen to yourself. Who are you? Who are you on the inside and who are you on the outside? Who are you when nobody is watching, when you are by yourself? Can you even stand being yourself? And who are you when all eyes are on you at the office, at the kids' party, at the game? Who are you? What that person that you are today really, really want? Step number 2, acknowledge the truth. Acknowledge the truth about yourself and everybody else. You might not like it at first. Someone said, the truth will set you free, but first will piss you off. And they were so right, yeah? It's very challenging to accept the things they are at the moment sometimes. But accepting the things for what they are at the moment is giving you different perception of it, and that's courage. Acknowledge the truth about others. Are they meeting your standards? Do you have standards? I said standards, not boundaries, because I believe standards build bridges and boundaries build walls. And it's very difficult to see from behind the wall who is coming. You might let in the wrong people, or you might miss on the right people. Step number 3 is moving from resistance to desire. Ladies and gentlemen, moving forward can be painful, but nothing is as painful as staying somewhere where you don't belong. Step number 3 is about moving from what was to what you want from now on, from moving from past to your desired future. Because the truth is, when you acknowledge the truth, when you listen to yourself and you move from resistance to desire, you will discover that the next time someone fires you, the next time someone ignores you, the next time the wild thing like pandemic happens, the next time there is tension with your partner, you stay still. The situation is not as overwhelming and much easier to manage. And perhaps you say, I am courageous. I am powerful. What if I use that power and design my best chapter of my life right now? What would it look like? The question I'm going to ask each of you in this room is, are you ready to step into courage? Yes. They need more coffee, by the way. If you are, please come talk to me. I would love to hear your story and what do you believe these 3 steps can do for you, because they changed my life and I believe they can change yours. Now, cultivating that inner courage starts with practice. So let's practice. Can I please ask you, everyone, to stand up and say out loud, I accept what happened. I know myself better now. I'm ready to live the life I desire. Very well. Can you please now say it like you really mean it? I accept what happened. I know myself better now. I'm ready to live the life I desire. All right, now turn to your neighbor on your right and left and say, you got it. You got it. Thank you. Let me leave you with this. You can sit down. Courage doesn't mean that you won't have any life challenges. Courage means that your life challenges won't stop you from living. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Beata. Got it?
We're at our last speaker. Are you ready for this? And then we're going to give away prizes because he's awesome. Our next speaker is the Chief Encouragement Officer for Dream Again, LLC, a coaching, keynote speaking, and training enterprise. He is the #1 encouragement coach in the region and serves on the board of CASA, Another Life Foundation, and several others. This past March, he was bestowed an honorary doctorate degree in leadership and business from Cornerstone Christian University in Atlanta, Georgia. I'm about to say his name, but I'm looking at my sound guide to make sure I'm allowed to say his name. Please welcome, everybody knows and loves him, Mr. Frank Sinclair with Synergy. I'm not giving it.
Can we put this in the box? Or? Okay. In the box. Well, what an incredible, right? Yeah. I tell you, for an old dude that I stayed awake this long, is you know that the speakers were dynamite. They were incredible. John Maxwell said this: good leaders cast vision and invite you to embrace it. Great leaders cast vision, invite you to embrace it, and then create a pathway for you to take action to bring it about. That's the difference between a good leader and a great leader. You've had the opportunity to listen to great leaders today because they've cast a vision and they've given you an opportunity and created a pathway for you to walk. If it's not actionable, it's nothing. It doesn't help anybody. It doesn't create space for anyone. They've created actionable places for you to walk. What a tremendous thing that is. I can't do this without notes. You can tell I'm over 60, so trying to remember, I tell people that I call my wife baby so I don't mess it up, right? She thinks it's a term of endearment, so if you see her, don't tell her differently, okay? Right? So I can't remember hardly anything. So let's summarize what we heard today. We heard Michael Schoening come up and set the stage for unconditional. Why we call this unconditional, what makes a difference in that space, why his heart is so linked to that word, right? And we jumped on board, didn't we, Craig? And we said, yeah, we will follow the unconditional model because our lives needs to be unconditional. Following that, we heard Jed come up and talk about peace. Even though I didn't hear peace, but it was a piece of a piece, but it was amazing the way he presented his piece. Did that make peace? Are we good? All right. Jed came up and just rocked it, has great presentation skills. We saw him really release upon us a vision of doing some things that were incredible that we didn't think of doing before. Then we saw Brandon come up and say, you know what, if you're not audacious, then you're not unconditional. And laid out some key points for us to help us understand how audacious can be such a positive and moving and energizing force for us to create space in our lives. Robert came up and said, you know what? Audacious is good. But let me tell you some value that things create when you go out and become the very best you that you can be. Thank Robert. Appreciate that. We now know why he leads with value. And then we saw Craig come up and he says, yes, that's awesome, but please create value honestly. And talked about his story and gave us a picture of what honest and integrous work looked like. Wasn't that awesome? Yes. And then we saw Brian come up and said, you know what? It may not be a natural thing, so we might want to prepare to honestly engage, right? So preparedness to create a place as we step out, just not by just doing something, but being prepared and ready to do it in an incredible way. Challenges, tools, techniques, solutions, all of those that feed up into the space of preparing. And then we saw Johnny Joy come in late. As we were trying to hold him accountable, right? But he was here. He came in and he rocked the space of accountability and says, you know what? If you're going to be prepared and honest and all of those things and audacious and have value and peace and be unconditional, you have to be accountable for those spaces. And Beata followed that with accountability takes courage. Honesty takes courage. Audaciousness takes courage. If you're going to be prepared, you have to be courageous so that you can prepare courageously. If you're going to be valuable, you need to be courageous. And also, if peace is going to be a part of your space, you better be brave and courageous. And if you're gonna be unconditional, ladies and gentlemen, you have to be courageous. Thank you for that, my friend. I'm here to talk about synergy. I don't need to talk a lot about synergy because if you take those topics and weave a path for you as you're building business and building life, all of that are synergized for you and create a vision of purpose for you. Those words sum up synergy. They sum up unconditional. They sum up the reason that we came here today, and at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, we're still awake. Right? Say yes! This is what we want to be. It's not what we want to pretend to be. We're going to jump out and if there's no takeaway from this, we can't say I'm going to step back out into society with a little bit more pep in my step, a little more dip in my hip, a little more strategy in my mind and in my heart. What's the point of sitting here all day? Unconditional has to mean something that's actionable for you. And if you don't walk out of here and say, you know what, all of those 9 or 10 points that were made today can create something that I can walk out in life, even if it's just a little bit, even if it's just baby steps, I'm going to walk. I'm going to crawl if I have to. But I'm going to live unconditionally. We just won in Colorado Springs this past week. Number 2 city in the country out of 150 for best livability in the nation. Right? You know, in 2019, Colorado Springs were the best of lists. I'm just going to read a couple of them to you. Top places for female entrepreneurs in business. Yay! Number 1 in the nation. U.S. News and World Report said most desirable places to live. Number 1. In 2019. Money Magazine says best cities to live in. Outside Magazine called us the best town. Forbes called us the most pet-friendly city. I know that's true because when I was growing up in North Carolina, if you told someone they treated you like a dog, that was not a compliment. But in Colorado Springs, treat me like a dog, right? Dogs get great treatment in this city, right? So pet friendly, it is awesome. Forbes called us, Men's Health called us the best city for dogs, another one. Nounsden says the most caring city. Zillow says that we're Santa's top favorite cities, and Mark says yes. Santa's most favorite city. That was 10 times number 1, 25 times on the top 2 of business environments in the nation, 57 times in the top 10 on business lists. You know why the clapping was so weak? Because all the excuses have just been eliminated. Haven't they? You live in a city that creates the movement that has already created the environments for your business to thrive. So what's your excuse? We are currently in an expansion cycle downturn because of things that are going on. So I'm not even going to talk about that because I don't want to bum you out. Because I just said all the great things that are happening here. Come on, entrepreneurs. Come on, business owners. Let's rock this. This is our time. This is our opportunity to step into places that we've never stepped before. You need to be the best. What's lingering in your mind, in your heart that creates you from saying, I am a world-class business owner in a world-class city, creating world-class service for other world-class humans? What keeps us from doing that? When we get unconditional, when we synergize, when we stop competing, when we throw away that green-eyed monster of jealousy that tries to prevent us and other people from creating all that we were designed to be, then you're well on your way to making a way for others. You know why we do business? Because we want to serve other humans. There should never be any other reason to do business. I want to serve other humans, and I want to serve them well. Otherwise, I might as well go home because this is some hard crap, right? Notice I didn't say the word someone else said earlier. Oh, that was you, wasn't it, Brendan? But this is hard crap. That's a Christian cussing word. So, right, yeah. It is. It's difficult to do this. So why don't we do this? Why don't we do well? Why don't we create synergy? Number one is cynicism. See, you never thought you would be a cynic, did you? It's not like doing your sophomore year of high school, besides your yearbook picture you wrote, I hope to grow jaded and distrustful of humanity by the time I hit 40. I'm also hoping that my cynicism would damage my family and make me impossible to live with. Go Broncos. Nobody says that, right? But that's what cynicism does. It's the two C words that keeps us from creating the synergy that we were designed and put on earth to create. Stop being cynical of other business owners. Assume the best about people until they show you the worst, right? And then step away and go do your thing and keep quiet. No gossiping, no backbiting, none of that stuff. Do your work, your work. You don't have the mind space for worrying about other people's work. That's the opposite of synergy, right? Lots of business coaches in here, I think. Michael right here, Michelle, lots of coaches like me. But I want them to be the best that they can possibly be on earth. Be the best you, because humanity does not benefit from you not being your best self. Our community needs you to be your best self. That's synergy. Applaud other people as they're winning. Thank you, Madeline Costa, for building my website. You know? Thank you, Lisa, for being in my life over the last 6 years and us creating the synergy that we create with one another. Thank you, Craig, for us having a relationship. Betsy, for just doing so much, you and your husband, for me. My life, Michael, for stepping into my life. I just met Audrey a little while ago, but such a synergy, and Mark and Michael's wife. And sorry, brain freeze. I'm sorry. Maria. Yeah. Right? Nobody does this stuff alone. Stop being a cynic. What's the cure for cynicism? It's curiosity. If you want to stop being a cynic, you need to start becoming curious. Find reasons. You know what? When I meet another human being, first thing that goes to my mind, I wonder. I wonder where they're from. I wonder what they've gone through. I wonder what their story is. Michelle did such a great job of unwrapping a story tonight. Story branding. Creating a space where people feel safe, where they can open up to you about their lives and their story. That's what creates synergy. I'm about done. Oh, 5:40. Oh, there's a big clock right here. Wow. Okay, I can wind up. I got 5 minutes. All right. So curiosity does that. I just love human beings. Can I step off the stage a minute, Michelle? I know you kind of, I don't know why I asked you, but you had red on, so I thought that was probably the right thing to do, right? I just been married a long time. So, yeah, Audrey. Wow, it's so good meeting you. It is. Where are you from? Hungary. Right. What do they do in Hungary?
Lots of things.
Lots of things? Yeah, right? What do you think about America?
I love it.
Do you? Do you miss Hungary sometime?
You do? The culture? What is it that you miss?
From Hungary?
Yes.
My family?
Yes, we have that in common. I don't miss mine very much.
Coffee shops.
Coffee shops. Oh my. Yeah, where are you from, young lady?
From Ukraine.
From the Ukraine, right? How do you feel about things and world things and stuff being from Ukraine yourself?
I'm praying for peace.
Praying for peace. Indeed. Indeed. Isn't that a great conversation starter? Right? Where are you from? Oh! Really? Wait a minute. I need your autograph. From here. How does it feel being in a city where 87% of us are from somewhere else?
I feel very proud to call this my home.
Oh, thank you for letting us in. We appreciate it. Yeah, right? Conversation started getting curious. Are you awake? Yeah, right on. Just check in. I thought I'd check in. Right? So being awake and I don't mean being woke. Right? Let's not get political in this joint, right? I'm talking about being awake and being conscious to people and who they are and why they matter and the incredibleness of another human being. Do you know this is the only one of this person that I'll ever meet in my life? That's the incredibleness of humanity, is that you get to meet an individual that you will never meet another like. How amazing is that? And to be able to pour in and create space for other people. Isn't that wild? Unconditional today, guys. You've been unconditional throughout this entire afternoon. I can't believe I still got this much energy. But we've really been able to create a place that makes a place. Next year, right? Next Unconditional. Packed to the max. Hopefully I get invited back. You know? But I got to go first. Yeah, I want to go first. Because you guys are some hard acts to follow, right? So you have to be pumped to be able to follow this lineup. You know what I mean? You guys are incredible. I can say this. You ever notice that people that live in divisionary or divisive culture and divisive mindsets never use the word love? Think about it. When's the last time you've seen a politician say they love someone? Right? Exactly. Right? You don't have to think very hard to say that doesn't happen. We are reigniting, reinvigorating the word love in our community. Right? A lot of people, when you say that, it brings a lot of pain. And a lot of walls go up. But we want to tear them down because that's unconditional. You can't talk about the word unconditional and not at some point bring up the word love. That's the ultimate unconditional. So, if we're going to create this space in this community to do the things that we all know in our hearts are designed to be done, start loving someone in a way that you want to be loved yourself. I'm Frank Sinclair. I'm the Chief Encouragement Officer for Dream Again Business Consulting. But more importantly, I'm a citizen of the great community of El Paso County, Pikes Peak region, and more specifically, Colorado Springs. We're unconditional because we won't settle for less as we go forward to become the great environment that we were designed to be. Thank you.
Great. Good job. Woo, 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 woo. Now, there's something I always do. Quick, who wants to buy something? There's something I tend to do, and I'm having difficulty with this one, so I'm going to see if I can manage it. Are you ready for me yet? Well, I'm going to do it anyways. I like to make songs out of things. So, wait. We're unconditionally seeking peace through audacious value that we bring with honesty, being prepared. Then I couldn't get unapologetically in there. It was too long. But we remain accountable by being courageous while creating synergy among all of us. We are unconditional. And we would not be here today if it wasn't for our curator, the man with the dream, the man who will probably have to do this in 6 months to keep the momentum going. Michael Schoening, please come back up. And we still have presents. Oh, you don't have a mic. Here.
So,
Check.
wireless.
You want a microphone?
We need a mic, but let him start talking, then you bring.
I move around too much to be
Yeah.
leashed
Let me get a mic.
by anything other than my wife. Oh, she's here. Oh, sorry. The lights are so bright; it's really hard to see like what's going on in here. But take that out of the video. Okay.
I'm impressed. I'm running in heels. Okay, go.
Thank you so much. That's why I don't wear heels. So a couple things. We have some more giveaways. My first question is, did anybody get any value out of the conference today? Did anybody grow today? Was anybody challenged today, educated, inspired, and encouraged? All of the above.
And ready
Thank
for
you.
the next one.
10 points to you in the back. The points here are worth nothing, but you could have another cup of coffee. I want to tell you guys that this is really, really big for me, and I appreciate everyone that has showed up. This dream of mine happened about 13 months ago, and I had to fight something, and it was myself. It was my own unbelief. It was my own sense of being unconditional about the things that I do in life. But I had to fight that to make this thing happen, and I'm so excited that this is a launch. And I decided several months ago, people were saying, how many tickets sold? How many people are showing up? How many vendors do we have? And I just kind of stopped caring for a minute, in a good way. I said, we're just going to do this thing. People are going to show up and people are going to be impacted. So I decided not to measure this event on how wide it was and how many seats were full, but how deep it was. Now what we're going to do is we're going to do some more of these things, if you want.
Yes.
Totally up to you guys. Would you show up to another Unconditional Conference? With more speakers. Now, I want to take a vote right now. We have the one, raise your hand if you'd like it to stay 1 day. Raise your hand if you'd like it to be 2 days.
1 day.
1 day? Okay, raise one hand for 1 day. Raise two hands for 2 days. I don't know what you're voting. I'm confused. Okay, so, okay, beautiful. We'll go with that. There's a third day option? I like just kind of compacting things. So one thing is, Robert mentioned, we have the Unconditional Mindset book. We've got 2 people signed up. To let you know what that is if you haven't published before, who hasn't published before, raise your hand, but you have something to say. Now, raise your hand if you have something to say and you haven't been published. Okay, good. Some people, I guess, haven't been published but don't have anything to say. That's okay, too. So publishing can be expensive. There's a lot that goes into it. So we've created this opportunity, and Hold My Crown is a great example. It's a compilation book. So if you want more information about it, my card is over by the door. It has my face on it, and then it says Michael on it. And there's like almost nothing else, but there's a phone number. And you could text me. I'm going to give you information on the book. This is going to be huge. We're doing a $10,000 project. And you don't have to spend $10,000 to be a part of it. Isn't that cool? Now, usually people will do a compilation book before they do a solo book. Because when you're in a compilation book with people like Michelle Mraz and myself and Frank Sinclair and the people you've seen up here today, people may know them a little bit more than you, so they'll buy the book and they'll get to know you too. Great concept, right? That's how it works. So that is the Unconditional Mindset book. Everybody here is getting access to the Unconditional Network. It's a social media platform on Mighty Networks. You can use your browser or download the app. You all have links in your emails. If you don't have the link, grab my card and text me. On there, you'll have access to all of the speakers, all of the coaches, all kinds of different products and opportunities, and you're going to see videos of this event, and you can rewatch the archives to this event up to 12 months. That time you went pee and missed something, that's okay. That was unconditional of you. Thanks for not doing it here. And if you did, we forgive you. Not the library, they don't forgive you, but I do. So 12 months of the video. Please rewatch it. Please rewatch it. I don't want you sending links to everybody else because I want them to be here and experience this, but if they take a sneak peek over your shoulder, we're okay with that. Okay, we're going to be Gideons about that. Next thing is the Keep Smiling Unconditional book. If you haven't got a picture yet with Robert, we have our banner here, the Unconditional banner. We'll set up the light ring. Get a picture with a card that says Keep Smiling. Do you have those in other languages too? Perfect. So, hard enough to get them in English. I've got mine in Hebrew. It's awesome. Beautiful. Now, if you guys don't know who is a part of this movement, Barry Shore is a phenomenal human being, paraplegic, but he swims in what, like every sea? Every day he swims, and he swam in, I think, every sea on the planet. Being a paraplegic, he just swims and swims. He is insane. And he's one of the most encouraging people you'll ever meet. He's a part of it. John Travolta's been a part of it. A lot of wonderful people have been a part of the Michelle Mraz. Beata Severin Reed. Did I say that right? I'm getting better. I'm getting better at it. So that's going to be awesome. Now, another reason to grab my card and text me is I want to give everybody here a free ebook, and it is my latest book called The Unwind. Does anybody not like reading books? Come on. Half of you were honest. Not like. So I wrote a book for people who don't like reading books, for people who don't have time to read books, and it's called The Unwind, and it's a 30-day evening devotional for the stressed out entrepreneur, and you text me, and I'm going to send you a free copy of it. All I ask is that you read it, and if you like it, go to Amazon, leave me a good review. If you have a bad review, tell me personally so I can delete the text. We have a board up here. I'd like you to sign a declaration on this. I put, I'm unconditional, Michael Schoening. This white poster here, I'm going to keep this. This is for me. So your gift to me is I want you to declare something in your life and write it on here. You can take a picture of it. We can share. Next thing is next year. We're going to be selling tickets for $149. I still think that's way under what we should be doing. We've calculated well over $10,000 in value of what you just experienced today and what you're getting through the social media and everything else. So $149. But if you go to the website and you want to grab a ticket, you could grab a ticket now at $97 before we raise it to $149. Plus, we're going to give you another gift. For that $97, you can bring a +1 the next time we do this. Several people have said, let's do this again in 6 months. I was planning on doing it a year from now. Does anybody want to do this again in 6 months? Yes. Different speakers. We're going to fill the house and have a lot of resources. I think we still have stuff to give away too. You're pretty much going to make it back. You can drink $97 of coffee. That's the price to get here with gas, right? That's great. Don't forget to buy some coffee on your way out. But if you want to get it, I'm unconditional, letter I, letter M, unconditional.com. You can get a $97 ticket. That is for 2 people, you and somebody you like. You don't have to like them. It's a great gift. Make sure you get a picture here. We're going to give away these things here. We're going to call it a night. We're going to clean up. And I want to thank all of the vendors and sponsors. We've got, yes, thank you. And Precision Services, our title sponsor. Thank you so much for that. And for Planet Duck being an awesome financial supporter of this event as well. Thank you so much, Brandon Kirk. And for everybody else who's been here, for Guatemalan gold who has been here serving us this amazing, I didn't know it was that much of a family company. That is beautiful. You know, when I go to no name coffee shop, you know, I don't get to meet the people who are involved in the company. That's pretty cool. And Jerry's a good friend of mine as well. So thank you, vendors, for being here. We've got UCCS 1 million cups. We've got Michelle's stuff going over there. PPLD, thanks for letting us in here to do this, by the way. I really appreciate that. Give a round of applause to Library District here. Growing up being a nerd is I hung out in the library a lot. And I came here when we moved here from Oregon 6.5 years ago. And I came here and there's like 3D printing and there's like video games. I go, where was this when I was a kid? This is laser engraving? Serious? I can make stuff. Cool. So it's a wonderful place to hang out. You don't have to be a nerd, but you can hang out here. So let's go ahead and give away these gifts. And then many of you, I'm getting all these text messages. Well, that was quick. We want the book. I wrote it for you guys. And I believe that's all the announcements, if there is anything I'm missing. Thank you, Michelle, for emceeing the event, by the way. Applause to Michelle. Yeah. Put my card aside. I'm just going to give everybody a book. And then all of the speakers get a gift, too. 1 Million Cups has provided an amazing... my wife got one of these for speaking 1 Million Cups, a year ago? And I secretly use it at the house when she's not home. And now I get my own. So if you're a speaker or part of the breakout session, please come up and grab your mug there. See, the next person to come up and grab a prize is Christy Dilg. You have to be Megan Stid. We do have a lot of people in the live stream. If you hear your name, I am so sorry. But you can look at it. But thank you for being online. I checked. We do have Michelle Duncan. Maria Schoening. Do we have Don Cooper? Duncan? No, I think let's see. Who else? We're down to 5. So raise your hand if you have not got a gift yet. Baxter, come on up. Come on. Thank you. Adam Oliver, come on. And if you didn't know, the promo videos you guys saw online was done by Adam Oliver. They were so good and so professional. Got 5 gifts. Raise your hand if you still didn't get a gift and you're here for the conference. I guess Michelle wants one. This, Greg, I'd like you to explain what this is because I'm surprised nobody's grabbed it yet. It's because they don't know what it is. Oh, is this what you want? Well, explain what it is so everyone else can be jealous.
So, that's what Bill wants? So about 3.5 years ago when I started my brand as a corporation, everything was founded on what I call a 4F philosophy. It's finance, fitness, family, and faith. I started to realize as Ask Craig T, people always ask questions in those 4 categories. And so I have in here, and I call it a wellness kit for your business. I have in here several offers from other coaches, power partners that I've teamed up with. There's a reference manual with my 4F philosophy in it. There is a copy of my first book, and there's a journal in here for you for your business. It's estimated somewhere between $8,000 and $10,000 worth of offers inside this box. I normally sell these for $97. I'm giving one away. Michelle says she wants to steal the idea, so.
So let me can I say this? All right, who wants this? Who wants this? Who wants this? Who wants this? It doesn't look like you want it. You're sitting there. Who wants this? Who wants this? Who wants this bag of coffee? Who wants that book? My wife Maria, a decade ago, dragged me to a Robert Kiyosaki thing. I had no desire to do a business, to run a conference, to be encouraged. I had no. That's normal. We were going to give you one. She stole her own gift. But I want to explain what just happened is my wife Maria here. Can you stand? Because she's my encourager. She's the one who makes me unconditional. She's behind this whole thing. Thank you. Speech. So like I said, about 10 years ago, she drags me to a Robert Kiyosaki conference. I had no interest in doing business. My dad has worked. He just had his 45th anniversary as a mechanic in the same shop. That's who my dad is. That's who a lot of my family is. Put your head down, shut up, work 9 to 5, and pay taxes and die. I felt like that wasn't for me. So my wife brings me to this thing. I'm sitting there, and they're up on the stage, and the guy says, "Who wants this book?" And everyone raised their hands. Who wants this book? They start getting on their seats and jumping. Who wants this book? And Maria nudges me, and she goes, "Go get the book." All right. So I walk down that aisle. I walk on stage, and I grab it out of his hand. He goes, "Thanks." And I go sit down, and I have the book. We still have the book. And he said, everybody's like quiet, right? Everybody's in shock. We were supposed to do that? We were supposed to just... And I think, I don't know what, 700, 800 people in that room, conference room, I don't know. But he said out of everybody in this room, only one person really wanted the book. Yeah. Thank you. Have a good night. No, so that's exactly what it was. Welcome to life. Make sure you sign this thing before you go. That's your gift to me. So we still have that book, and it's powerful because getting yourself out there is a little bit uncomfortable sometimes, right? Some people say, get out of your comfort zone. I say, why do you have a comfort zone? Some people say, hurt people hurt people. But I say, well, healed people heal people. There's always an answer to something, right? And I think that, did you guys enjoy the breakthrough session? Did you almost cry? Was it intense? Good. If you didn't come to change and to grow, you just came for the coffee, which is probably fun. It's great stuff. But I'm going to tell you that the more stuff we do, the unconditional book, the social media site, the conferences we're going to do, the meetings we're going to start having are going to be like this all the time. We're building a tribe in Colorado Springs of entrepreneurs banding together, we're not saying that this town is a dog-eat-dog world, that business is a dog-eat-dog world. It's not. Well, apparently it's a great place to be a dog. But this community is a community. Sign up for the app. That's right. So if you didn't get it in your email, text me. My card's over there if you don't have my number. And I'll give you a link to the app. Sign up. It's going to be a paid-for app, but I'm not going to charge you right now because you're here. It's another gift, and you're going to get a lot of value out of that. Continual value throughout the year. So I want to thank you guys for being here, for being unconditional. And today you have chosen to invest in yourself, which is the best investment you can do. Because when the leaders get better, the organization gets better, and the community gets better, the society, the country, and the world. And it doesn't start by saying, man, if those other guys in that office, that political office, would just do better, my life would be better. It starts with us as individuals. You guys are all amazing, beautiful, and blessed people. And I'm so glad that you guys came today. I want to see you here next time, either 6 months or a year. We'll figure that out. We'll contact you. And I want to see you bring somebody that you want to experience this experience. Bring 10. All right, go ahead and take a look at the booths. We are going to clean up and get out of here by 6 o'clock. Thank you.